Hello. How are we doing, guys? Thank you for coming. I ripped this background. The logo's gonna pop up in a second. I ripped this background from YouTube. I'm gonna get in trouble for it. But it's a cozy picture. This is the logo. It'll disappear. Hi! Hello, Joseph. Hello, GD. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Ace. Hi, Plume. Oh, Johnny, hello!
AO over a year in this BEUTIFUL community. Less than 3 happy to be here.
Happy
Stepper
2
44
years and a month, Johnny. Thank you so much for upping your sub. I appreciate it. Hello, Elsgord. Thank you, thank you. Hi, welcome. Still taking care of some stuff for the weekend. First day back after long weekends aren't the best. I'm so sorry. Hello, Gecko State. Welcome in. Hi. How is everyone? I have a fat mug of tea here with me. I know, right? How do you guys feel about the sound? I'm sitting in front of our cozy crackling fire, but we have crackling fire. Yeah, this is my sister's Knives Out mug because it's like the fattest mug that we have, and I just wanted like a big old thing of tea. Yeah. Sound is good? Okay. It's like, do you guys hear the crackling fire? Do that. A little bit. That's a little better. See a little bit of the green screen there. This one, right? How are we doing? Hi, Lobo Ray. How are you? This aside, I need my poster. I'm here to chat with you guys and hang out. We're not doing anything but hanging out today. I have these fun rules just in case. I don't know. I don't know how crazy today's gonna be, but you know. I could flip this around too. I have a little bit of lipstick there, but it's from Knives Out, so. Gotta study in a few. You got this. I'm chilling. I'm like very thirsty. Hi, Randall. A dope coffee mug. There's like tea in it, but you know. It is my sisters. Hi, Duo. How are you? Welcome in. Driving by before heading back from break. Hope all is well. Hope your day is going well. There were too many bones today? What do you mean? What's going on? Tell me about your day. You want to be boneless? Are you familiar with like spoons? I feel like anytime like bones come up.
Good things on sale,
Thank
stranger.
you for the host, Jen Escobar. I feel like whenever bones come up, we always talk about spoons too. At least in a lot of the conversations that I've had about bones. Spoon theory is your jam? Oh my gosh. Vincent.
Oh!
Oh shit!
Thank you!
Who is GD? He's sus. Thank you so much for tipping $7, GD. I appreciate it. I dropped all my goals lower because we haven't been hitting them. So I don't know, maybe we'll start hitting some goals. You want the workday to end? Planning on grabbing some Taco Bell after because it's a Taco Bell type of day today? Hell yeah. What are you gonna get at Taco Bell? Well, howdy, hello, long time no see. Too many patients? You had to take some work home? Oh man. Work-life balance is important. However, it is also like practically non-existent. Why are you sussing out Stream Elements? Where's Stream Elements Studio? Been busy with life? Hopefully life is good. Hello, Steph. Welcome. Someone took your name? Hello, Juicebox. How are you? Probably grab one of their chalupa boxes. Oh, man. We were chatting. We're always chatting with me. We can talk about all sorts of stuff. I wasn't sure what to focus on for like a mental health chat? Question mark. So I just figured today's topic could be like self-care or something. I don't know. We could talk about anything else too, but you know. Doing good? I'm doing well.
Thank you.
Garo, thank you for the follow. How are you doing, Juicebox? Doing good? How was your holiday? And hello, King Brittle, welcome in. Now you do better because of the new job? Good. Feel that, but you got handed more today? Take it easy. We're also heading into the holiday season, which this time of year for me is like the fucking worst. To be completely honest. It's really hard for me to do a lot of things mentally. I mean, the holidays are always really hard for a lot of people, I think. I have a lot of, which I'm sure a lot of people have to, probably correlates, having a lot of trauma anniversaries coming up, so it's just, take it easy, be kind to yourselves, y'all. Start off strong with reparenting the inner child. Exercise is good in the umbrella of self-care, yes. Had a nice jog/walk for about 30 minutes. Honestly, exercise is one of those things that, like, a lot of people don't engage in that does so fucking... Like, it's, like, one of those things that's, like... I always read about how people hate how, like, exercise, like, even, like, for, like, 10 minutes. Like, you don't even have to do, like, 30 minutes. Just, like, a 10-minute, like, walk, just going out to, like, clear your mind, just, like, will help you so much. It's crazy, but it's very necessary. It's, you know... I think of it like my cat always wants to play, and just like 15 minutes of playtime with her makes her so happy. And hello, Solvis. Hello, Dyron. Gotta get back into the exercise. Me too. I've been thinking a lot about this gym membership that I have that's just been draining my fucking bank account, but I can't figure out the login information to like cancel it. It's not like it's that expensive of a gym membership, thankfully, but it's just like, need to see if I can transfer it over to the gym local to me, and maybe I'll start going. I want to get my booster shot first, but yeah. Speaking of walk, you did just that. That's good. Body's gradually getting used to the cold. Yeah, I had my window open for a little bit earlier, but I don't have my blanket because it's in the wash, so I'm just cold. But it's good that you're acclimating. Always hard to keep your head up during the darker season. A lot of that snowballs. Yeah, honestly. Do you guys know about seasonal affective disorder? It's coincidentally SAD, but you know. It's what a lot of people like up north deal with during the winter time. The sun, you know, vitamin D. Very important for mood regulation, I believe. Hello, T-Bone Sullivan. At least like walks every day or something. Yeah, just like a little bit. Or like yoga. I'm always a huge proponent for yoga, but like I haven't done my yoga in like a hot second. I should though. It's just hard to get myself motivated into doing that. Ugh. Can't you go to the front desk and ask about the gym membership? I think I can. It's just a matter of like I have to go there. But I'm also battling a lot of issues of like, it's gotten better, but I've been having a stint of like never leaving my home. It's been a little bit better lately. In the past like couple weeks I've been like seeing people and stuff like that, but you know, just because of like lockdown and everything, and I don't know, I never leave my house. But I'm leaving my house more and more. I went to the post office today, so that was nice. So. You have an expensive gym membership too? Haven't gone in a year? That's how gyms make their money. Honestly, it's because of people like us. Your insurance from your job should be coming in, hopefully this week. Oh, it covers your membership to the local gym? Nice. Gotta get food before your flight home. Oh, well, fly safely, Vincent. Thank you for stopping by. Outside of walking, do ring fit adventure and jump rope challenge. Oh, I think one of my friends also does jump roping stuff. I don't know if he still does it. Ring fit's good to do too. We have a ring fit in this house, but it's not used. I always forget about it. But it should be used more, in my opinion. First week of lacking sunlight hit you hard? At least you're aware of it too. I think that's always really important, is like if you notice like a dip in your mood, I think it's important to recognize like what could potentially be contributing to it. And it could be hard because it's like there's so many things that could contribute to it. That, you know, because it could be like some sort of, maybe you're, you know, not getting enough vitamins, sunlight, maybe you need exercise, maybe it's like an emotional, there's so many things, but you know, that's why self-awareness is like important. As much as I know all this, I gotta head back. No worries, Randall. We'll be here chatting. It's all good. Sunny today at least. Wait, there's UK people stuck in a pub. What do you mean? You take vitamin D in the winter? It's good to take supplements for it. I hear that, and like vitamin B12. There's like some vitamins that are like really good to take supplements for. I forget who I was talking to about it, but it was like something that I kind of wanted to look into. You look at the description on the left? You mean this stuff? I just kind of threw it there because I don't know. I felt like maybe we should need a bit of a disclaimer when we're venturing into this topic, just in case for, I mean, like, I felt like within the community, I don't think we really need it because I think we know, but it's like, you know, we want to be welcoming to all folks, so hopefully that'll help put stuff down. You need to get back into deadlifting, don't want to go to the gym. Dude, I can't deadlift. I'm like too weak for it. The form for it is so complicated for me, and my back posture sucks, you know. Being a NEET can be draining. Get out of the house for a little bit every day. I feel like, because I do like neighborhood, I took like a walk once to the grocery store, and it's like nice. I feel like I should do that more. Like I should walk to the, like a coffee shop or something. And Chase Striker, thank you for cheering. 100 biddies. You've pushed us over into our subathon goal, which I've been planning soon anyways.
Thank you.
Oh, BBH, thank you so much for subscribing.
Watching at Stephanie_Stone stream is always good for my mental health.
You're so sweet.
Steffa44 dab Steffa44 blanky Steffa44 sip.
I love that. Thank you so much, BBH. I appreciate you. Thank you for resubscribing for 17 months. Also, hello, Mini Tank. I'm sorry, I'm already falling behind on chat. Oh gosh. Nasty snowstorm. The highest pub in England got covered. They were stuck inside with an Oasis cover band for several days. Oh man, I had no idea that was happening. Having been one for nearly 2 years. Oh, it almost fell into that last week. Yes, it is. Yeah. Home is safe. It's hard to leave home. You get barometric pressure headaches, and fall is really bad for them for me. Oh man. Cluster headaches this time of year, which blows. I am so sorry. That's hard. Stuff like that's hard because it's like, if, you know, physical and mental health really play into each other, and it's just like, it's hard to be in a good mood when you have a fucking headache. You know, like, it's just gonna be, you're just not having a good time. Having that on top of recovering from overusing VR. I'm so sorry. There's a bonk? Oh boy. Oh, because of Striker, I see. Maybe it was you, your pro supplements for some things? Maybe. Hello, Ace, as well. I'm not sure if I said hello to you, but thank you for coming in. She'll be able to deadlift. Me? Oh my god. Your max before shutdown was 400? I don't have any idea of how much I weigh. It's been like years since I weighed myself. But it doesn't matter because I'm definitely under 400, so you could definitely deadlift me. My Instagram posts and streams sometimes bring joy in your life. I'm happy to bring joy. Hopefully I can aim to bring joy all the time. But you never know, you know. How you doing, BBH? Yeah. Gym stream, let's go. Oh my god. It's gonna be like SpongeBob, where he like has like the two like stuffed toys with the bar, and I'm gonna lift it and my arm's gonna pop out of my sockets. Hello, Yissus, welcome. Oh, hi, Noah. Welcome, dude. Say hi to Purse for you. She's sneaking on my bed. I will pass along the message to her. I have a really funny clip of 50 seconds of her trying to dig at my feet. I'll have to send it to you. Who does deadlift? Lobo Ray. Hello, Danny. Follow her on socials. You're so nice. Back when you came for streaming your studio, that would give you headaches? Oh, really? So you stopped doing it and became a VTuber? I feel like while I have my own personal feelings about VTubing, I do think that it is good that it became a thing. For people who have like issues with that, or people who don't feel comfortable streaming, I think that it's good because it makes streaming more accessible. And I love streaming, so if people can stream and find joy in it, then I appreciate it. The Loose My Arms, it's a SpongeBob episode. You love that episode of SpongeBob? I love like all episodes of season 1 SpongeBob. Hello, and I got rid of the small and big version of myself. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh boy, my worst enemy. I think, unless you're actually my worst enemy. I got rid of the big and small versions of myself because I didn't want to. I'm sorry, I don't want any like Wumbo or Chipmunk fun times today. Talk about mental health. I didn't want to be like, you know, what's that? You know, Jackbox murder, trivia murder mystery voice, or Chipmunk, the 4th Chipmunk, while talking about like self-care was important. So. It's just regular me. You could just, I don't know, ask for a head pat, and I got you. Yes, like, wow. Oh, I didn't do that. This is awkward. Everything's gonna restart now, I think. Oh, well. That's fine, I guess. Oh, and head pats for me. Thank you. It's okay. Poorly planned by me. It's fine. You love the background of the crackling fire effect? Yeah, let me know if you need me to turn like one sound up over the other. I turn the music slightly down But you know, crackling fire while I am blocking the fire, but we do have an animated fireplace here. Because I wanted comfy vibes, and there's snow falling all the way over there, behind the chat box on the window, but you know. It took me like a second to find like comfy, cozy sort of feeling. So we're in a cafe. Coffee shop logo, I took it off of someone on YouTube. They're amazing. And I don't know. No shame in starting off light. It's do you even lift, not do you even lift a lot regards to a universal standard. That is true. So it's the little that matters. As long as you do a little. What else? You're only 120 pounds, pretty sure anyone could lift you. Maybe not me. My arms would pop off if I was lifting 2 stuffed animals. Today do be a vibe and a bond together. Your max leg press in high school is 1,000 pounds? That's half a ton. You want to flex a bit? It's okay, go off. I feel like some people aren't given enough of an opportunity to brag about themselves. You know? So, it's pretty impressive. The epitome of never skipping leg day. Hi, child. Thanks. This background is specifically for this mental health stream. If we do more of these, this is what the background will be. Because we're going for a cozy vibe. Crackling fire is more preferable for you. Do you hear it? Here, I'll turn it up completely. It's not a little, it's anything. Yes, that's what's important. Okay, I have it turned up so that it should be like the same volume. I think it's like what I hear. But it's a nice ambiance for us. Hopefully. You guys have drinks? Hi, Mike. What's up? I have tea with me. I posted on Patreon my tea recipes, but there's a specific tea I like to get, and I like to add honey and oat milk, which is probably like super bastardizing tea, but it's delicious, so that's what's important to me. Wondering what I should drink today. I was like, well, I have like regular tea, I have matcha tea, I have chai tea. I already had coffee this morning, so. Well, yeah. I recommend getting a drink. What do you guys do for self-care? That's the topic that I have decided that we're potentially talking about today. Do you guys engage in self-care? Do you take care of yourself? Beyond mentally? Or not beyond mentally, beyond physically, besides gym stuff. Because we're talking about the gym for a second. You guys do other stuff for your mind? Nothing wrong with me not being able to lift a lot. At one point you can't even do a push-up. Well, we all start somewhere. Yeah. Trying and progressing is important. And I think trying is good. That's always the first step, I feel. Making the attempt. Being aware of these things and making an attempt. You make music? It's so therapeutic for you? That's good. I'm always like a huge proponent of like doing things creatively. I think creative outputs are really important. Everyone always has different ones, you know? I think it's important to figure out what works for you, too. And to do it just for you, I think that's something that's really important. Pretty much did that all week long last week due to sick leave. You got yourself ice cream. Self-care, Tyron? Is that what you mean? Self-care do be sleep, TBH, or even just walking at the beach as the sun sets. Sleep as well. You sleep around 11 hours per day when not working. Sleep is really important. I was talking about sleep hygiene. Yes, talking about self-care. Hobbies do be nice. Yeah, I mean, I feel like hobbies are good, like, mental enrichment. I think it's really important to have. I think it's important to have more than one. I saw this really good chart that was talking about self-care, like, on Twitter, that was talking about how, like, it's important to have multiple things that you engage in to, like, take care of yourself, having, like, multiple hobbies, because if you get sick of one, if you only have, like 3 hobbies and you get sick of one, you lose, like, you know, 2/3 already. But if you have, like, multiple different hobbies, you have a lot of different things that you can dabble in. You play music? You used to march in high school, hence the strong legs, but you haven't had much time to play in recent times. Not gonna lie, you honestly don't think you're good at self-care? Whenever you start doing stuff you want to do, you get distracted by thinking about work. It's hard. Work, I feel like, especially in American culture, the only one I've experienced, is something that I feel is really pushed onto people. Because I understand that. I do journaling. My journal that I keep here at all times. One of the things that I was focusing on changing is that, like, because I totally understand, because it's like, it's hard when you're resting, and when you're resting, you're thinking about work and all the things you have to do. But I feel like that really lowers the quality of rest that you get, because you're mentally stressing yourself out thinking about work. So I don't think you get, like, genuine rest. Like, you don't have a break. Your mind is still in work mode. So it's important to have that break, though. You can't work all the time. Gym is good. You need more alone time. Alone time is important. Being alone is always a tricky topic, because there's, like, being alone and being lonely, and those are two completely different things. You have 5 to 6 hobbies, maybe more. It's good to have hobbies, in my opinion. Sometimes people get overwhelmed if you have, like, too many, but I think it's good to have, like, that curiosity and interest. There's so many benefits to physical activity. Yeah, that was something I was mentioning earlier. It's good to have something physical as a hobby, like whether it's working out, walking, yoga, Pilates, stretching, ring fit, anything. Work is on your mind even when you're off. It's pretty complicated. I think that's what, for a lot of people, it's really hard. Work-life balance. Try to leave work at work, so that home is just home. Building decks or just messing around with your magic cards is pretty therapeutic. You like going on hikes. Driving can be pretty therapeutic. It makes me pissed that gas is like $5 a gallon, but driving is like, driving I feel like could be really calming. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't feel like driving anywhere, but it's just like my dad lives an hour away, and sometimes like, it's not so bad like driving and just kind of like relaxing, you know, listening to music and just driving places. I used to do like a whole ton of driving. Or just sleeping when you're feeling down. Sometimes if my mood is really bad, honestly, I just need a nap. Like, I feel like I'm just cranky, and I'm like, maybe sleeping feels like a reset button to me, so I think it's good to do. What's one thing you're working on? More alone time? Photography, videography, music, streaming, and DIYing. DIY stuff is always so fun. Just like you're hard at self-care. You also write poetry? Love doing that? That's awesome. Did I already talk about self-care not always being like taking a bath or watching TV, but sometimes getting things done that you need to do for yourself? I haven't talked about that. That is a really good point. I want to come back to that. Let me catch up the chat. Hello, Andre. Welcome in. Hi, Derby. Yes. Mental Health Mondays. Hell yeah. Compartmentalizing? Boy, I could go off about those topics. It's tough for you to enjoy a video game because you always feel like you need to prioritize work. I feel like that's something that people as a whole like need to work on, is like, because I think that it's like, because what do you do? Because when you think about it, it's like on your time off, when you're stressing about work, you don't actually get anything done, right? Like because you're not in the office or whatever it is that you do. Hopefully, you know, like your time at home should be like, you're at home trying to relax. And it's just like, it's so hard when you're like trying to play video games where you're just like so stressed about work, for example. What car do I have? I have a compact car. You're a lifelong learner. Keep a list with goals. Clear head and shower. Started doing AIM labs for easier gains. New schools giving less gains as material gets harder. What do you mean? Hello, Hale. Exercise is super necessary for good health, but also good rest. 100%. Exercising on a regular basis is goated. That's something that I honestly need to get better at. I'm not that good at that. Hello, Kiot. Is watching the whole Evangelion franchise considered a fine self-therapy? I think there's a lot that could be learned. I do think media consumption is really important too, because I feel like consuming media helps widen our perspectives. You know, like reading books, watching movies, etc. And I think because Evangelion has psychological topics, I personally think that it's really good. You find building Gundam kits is self-care. It helps you relax. It's good to have hobbies. Hobbies as a whole, I think, is just really good self-care. Good luck on studying, Lovo Ray. I hope it goes well. You're excited about this, Andre? I'm glad. The burnout cycle is real if you don't give yourself time to decompress. Exactly. Burnout happens when the demands exceed the rewards. So, to my understanding, I watched like some video of like burnout.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. Hi,
Looking
thank you.
spiffy today, Steph.
Hello, I appreciate you subscribing for 27 months. Thank you, dude. Hello, Shar. Oh, you got the cookies of the prince? Sweet. I'm glad. Thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoy them. I used to go out just diving when you sell your motorcycle since everything kind of gets washed away when you're on one of those. That sounds so nice. Especially like on a motorcycle because it's like, I feel like you're a little bit like more in nature. In a car, I feel like you're kind of like in a pod. But I feel like that's really good for like playing music and just kind of like zoning out. But sometimes, you know, of course driving can be frustrating. Driving to the post office, people were doing dumb shit on the road. And the post office is like 5 minutes away from me. I was like, how much bullshit can I see on this 5-minute drive? You'd be surprised. The journey of developing a skill and slowly getting good at it. It's nice. The like challenge. I think stuff like that's fun. For lifelong learners, learning and mastering new material gives satisfaction, but music schools right now is theoretical. AIM Labs is instant affirmation and metrics. You get your ass kicked for a hobby? What do you do? Like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? Gym stuff? CrossFit? Sometimes it's good. You box? I knew it had to be somewhere along those lines. Watching the same 4 movies or shows you named 10 out of 10s in your teens won't necessarily broaden your worldview that much. That's true, but sometimes I think it's important, like, I don't know. There's comfort to be derived, like, comfort shows and stuff like that are important. Like, we enjoy stuff like that because they're predictable and they're safe. But it's also important to expand beyond that as well, you know? Getting better at fighting games and character actions, like Devil May Cry and soon Bayonetta. Nice. I'm not good at that stuff. But it's a good challenge for other people. Still, we rush those occasionally, probably discover something new. Yeah. You wish you had a separate work area, but ever since you started, teleworking. That is something that I hear is actually a big issue with people who do work from home. Work and life things, just the overlap. It's harder to discern between the two because your physical areas are the same. So that's really hard. That's something that's really important because it's like, that's why, going back to like sleep hygiene, it's really important that like you only, like when you're in your bed, it's important if you want to be better at being able to fall asleep that you only really lay in your bed when you're going to sleep. Like if you chill on your bed, like doing other things, it's really hard because otherwise, because your body will associate your bed with just sleeping if you just lay on your bed to like sleep or nap. And it's important to do things in other places. So that's why like having a couch or a chair or an armchair to do other things like that would be good. I know. But yeah. Let me see. Half joking about the question for myself. Rewatch Evangelion franchise regularly, and every time you see another content layer you haven't noticed in the previous binge sessions. It's good to have a lot to like analyze. Media consumption is a double-edged sword too, though. It can become a very unhealthy way of consuming information as well. Yes, I guess I should verify, like, I don't know. I'm a big fan of, like, fantasy and stuff like that, but I think, depending on what you consume, of course. I like fictional literary works, and critically analyzing them personally. I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of, like, worldly metaphors, etc., and the exploration of topics in a fictional sense, stuff like that. Managing burnout is real and something you're super conscious of now. Yeah. I've been struggling a lot with like creative burnout. There's a lot of like personal things that I feel have been contributing to that for me. Never enough hours in a day. I feel that. I feel like everyone feels that. It's so hard getting time to decompress. Figured we can never say watching it helped you when you were younger. Try not to overwork yourself. And working from home, we also feel like you need to be careful. Oh yeah. Good sleep hygiene, so important, guys. You've heard of people literally hopping in their car and driving around the block at the beginning and end of the remote work cycle just to separate work from home life? That's not a bad idea, IMO. I know that people do things where it's like they'll get up and they'll like get ready for work. Honestly, like it seems kind of goofy, I guess, but I feel like it'd be good at least to do something to like symbolize have that routine to symbolize the start and end of like work. Could really help you mentally, I think, with like discerning between those two. You need to learn how to sleep? Y'all want to talk about sleep hygiene? Sleep hygiene is really important. I am a strong advocate for like sleep hygiene. Sleep a lot better now that you don't entirely just hang on your bed. Exactly! Another reason you love to work out after work. Yeah, physical exercise also helps with sleep. A lot. Fun fact. Helped you too when you were younger. Drive around a couple times a week, blasting metal with the windows open. Very therapeutic. They say sleep is for the weak? No, lack of sleep makes you for the weak. You shouldn't underestimate the power of repetition and habits in your health. Even if you're not the type to love schedules, we were built to do what we've done before. 100%. I agree with that, King Bertle. Like, whether we like having plans or spontaneity, we're definitely creatures of habit, like, nevertheless. You know? So I think it's important to have, you know, maybe not look at it as, like, schedules, but, like, rituals or routines is, like, the words that I like to gravitate towards. And I think it's really important to do that. So, like, I have a checklist of things that I do all the time, and I have, like, my pre-stream routines and stuff like that. It makes it easier. It frees up a lot of, like, mental state, and then you get comfort in, you know, doing your routines. Like bedtime routines. This is where, like, brushing your teeth and washing your face is, like, nighttime and morning routines are really important. I feel like that stuff, honestly, is, like, the foundation of self-care. And tying back to what Sars was saying earlier, too. Sometimes self-care is, like, not, ooh, laying in bed, binge-watching shows because it makes you feel better emotionally, but sometimes it's pulling yourself out of bed and brushing your teeth and taking a shower when you haven't done that in a week. Sometimes it's like, you gotta be that parent for yourself and step in and be like, all right, like, I gotta take care of me. My mortal coil needs some tune-up in the shower, you know? Wash your hair, wash your face, wash your feet. Take care of yourself. The next time will never be the first. For which? There's something nice about taking meetings from a pair of jammies, though, so I'll be jamming with just some fancy clothes for home meetings all the time. No, of course. I mean, like, whatever you're comfortable with. Sometimes it's nice, you know, to just do stuff in your pajamas, but I feel like, you know, if you can manage it, if you feel like you have a good enough distinction between, like, work and home life, but of course, like, I think it'd be good to distinguish. Because, like, for me, I feel like I go to work because it's, like, before stream, you know, I do my makeup, I get dressed. Kind of. I mean, I'm wearing sweatpants, but for the most part. Been having that problem with your couch? You start chilling on your couch, but then you fall asleep? Like a game or watching a show? Gotta get back into sleeping in your bed? Yeah, I feel like that's just a matter of, like, when you feel like you're getting sleepy, stop what you're doing, go to your bed so you can pass out on your bed. What's a tea drink I make? A mixture of two or has something else in it? My tea drink is 2 tea bags of this, like, yogi stress relief honey lavender tea. I put some of this, like, I think it's, like, boysenberry honey that my sister got from Utah, and oat milk. But I like adding honey and oat milk. Definitely does. Not only does it help your body ease into a rhythm. Yeah, because your body's going to rhythms, too. Oh, first is hungry. She just got fed for another hour. Makes the secretion of natural chemicals and hormones that help you sleep better happen more often. Doing certain things at a certain time of day helps your body a lot. Because having that rhythm, routine, ritual is super important for your body. It helps you out a lot to have those things. What about having people who bring out the best in you? Surrounding the company, like who you surround yourself with, the company that you keep. I can't English. That's also really important. We could talk about, there's so much to talk about in this game of mental health. The people that, like, the company that you choose to keep, and being more critical of the people that you surround yourself with, I think is really important. And people like different things, and, you know yourself best, too. It's up to you to be critical about the people you want to spend your time with. In the military, I believe that they say you act as you practice. At least in the military here, worth keeping in mind. You get enough sleep, you can't say it's good sleep. Also, the times you do is an issue. Oh, really? Had a Zoom meeting this morning while making breakfast. Even putting off tasks indefinitely can add stress. Self-care to clear your plate and be able to actually put that away. Yeah, something that I've been thinking about is that, like, I feel like I need to habitually have, like, an hour every day that I set aside of just catch-up tasks of, like, things that I might not have had time to do. Name the self-parenting book I plugged a while back. Is it the CPTSD book? I'm assuming? Oh my god, she's sitting on my lap. You're sitting on my lap! You've only done this, like, one other time since you're an adult. Alright. Get a cat! Get an animal companion. Good for your mental health. It's probably CPTSD by, I don't know the physical. You know, I just loves Mental Health Mondays. She's purring so hard. Honey lavender tea sounds delicious. I love it. It's amazing. All of this kind of driving home the point that everyone has different needs, so there's no one-size-fits-all approach for everyone. Yes. 100%. I think that's something that's super important to remember while, you know, you're listening to this or engaging in this conversation as well, is that, like, self-care is also something that only you can find out what works best for you. Like, you can read about all these things, and they may sound good, but, you know, different things work for different people. Your needs are always going to be different. Yes. And the thing is, too, is that, like, just because something works well for you doesn't mean it's going to work well for someone else. Something that doesn't work well for someone else might work great for you, and it's important to be, like, non-judgmental about that as well. Because everyone's mind is their own. But it's important to remember that, like, because it's something that only you can figure out, that's why it's important to set aside the time for mental health, too. To figure out what works for you. She looks sleepy. Is that when they chew on your cables? Her senses the stream subject. You're calmer already? Going out running with the dogs is good for the mind too? Yeah, that's the good thing about. That's the nice thing about having, like, dogs, because, like, dogs you have to take out. Hopefully you take out your dog. Your mental health has been better. I feel like Purse has helped me a lot. Animal companionship is always really good. Even though she drives me bonkers sometimes, I love her. Because the thing is that the unconditional love of an animal is really important. Companionship. Not here, it might be. This is what it means to be a cat parent. Hello, Dragon. Welcome in. Going back to sleep hygiene. Are you guys familiar with sleep hygiene? By the way, I was curious if y'all wanted to hear my spiel on what's important for sleep hygiene. If people aren't aware, so that hopefully, if you know, you can take note to see if there's anything you can implement. Cat likes to chew on you. Sometimes Purse kind of noms on me. You thought Purse's love is conditional on receiving food on a regular basis? I mean, maybe it is. Maybe. But I love her, so I feed her. And I care for her. I care for her and she cares for me. You're all ears on the sleep stuff? Okay. Good sleep hygiene. So exercise, of course, is one that we've been poking at. Yes, reciprocity. Hell yeah. But yeah, regular exercise is always gonna be the #1 thing that a lot of people don't like. But it'll make you feel better in some way, shape, or form, getting your body moving, blood circulating. Tire out your body. That will always be good. Sleeping at the same time. So, because that creates like a rhythm, your body will know to be sleepy at that time of night. So going to bed at the same time always helps.
Thank you.
What's that, Jacob?
Steffa 44 dab Steffa 44 dab Steffa 44 dab Steffa 44 dab Steffa 44 hey Steffa 44 hey Steffa 44 hey.
Thank you, Jacob, for resubscribing for 20 months, dude. I appreciate you. You do sports for fun or exercise? Yeah, if you can. If you're big on that, totally do that. Normal exercise is too boring. Making a nice warm cup of herbal tea at night also knocks you the fuck out at night. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. I understand what you mean. But yeah, exercise, sleeping at a regular time, and then also sleep conditions. Sometimes like warm drinks can help, like calm your body down too. Sometimes I make tea before bed. Well, hello, welcome, Cal. You've been nomming. This is the first time you've been in chat. Well, hello, how's your food? Exercise can help you reclaim normal circadian rhythm. Circadian rhythm's important. Changing sheets and pillowcases? In what way? I don't think I've heard that. But, so the ideal physical conditions for sleeping. In your room, pitch darkness. So if you have any like lights, even like if you have like a smoke detector light, cover it with tape. Cover it with like electrical tape or something. You want your room as pitch black as possible. pleasant versus unpleasant smells can affect sleep quality, and we'll keep your room clean. Throw your trash out, I guess. You fall asleep faster with a light on than in the dark? Really? That's interesting. Not even a nightlight? Technically, nightlights interrupt a little bit because it's a little bit of light. But I mean, I can't stop you. Keeping your room as dark as possible is recommended. But if you want a nightlight, I'm not gonna stop you. You changed your pillows and sheets for these lately, so you think it influenced your recovery from work? Oh. You had a clock that was bright? Yeah, bright ass things like that. You want to turn them around or turn them down or something. Like, flip it down or turn it around so it, well, if it faces a wall and it like spreads light, sometimes that's not as good either. But, I'd recommend cover that up. And then keeping your room slightly cold is really good. So you want like a slightly cold room and you want to be nice and toasty under the covers. That always helps. Also not doing things in bed. Yes, that was something that I brought up as well. Use your bed only for like sleeping. If you lay in bed and play video games, buy a couch if you can, or sit somewhere else. But use your bed for sleeping. And then that was something that I think, who was it? Someone was John Escobar was saying that they fall asleep on the couch. You get sleepy, go to your bed and sleep. Because you want your body to associate your bed with sleeping. It'll make it easier. And then if you do all these things, keep your room dark and it's like slightly cool and you're warm underneath the covers, you go to sleep at the same time every night, your body, you're gonna, like, it'll be easier for you to fall asleep. Your body knows to sleep at that time. When you go in bed, you can like knock out hella quick. It's comforting you when Tiger snuggles up to you, you can feel her purring. Getting one of those like dim red LED ones. Red is like the lowest energy on the light spectrum, so I feel like red lights are always better. Green or like blue, I think, and like white are kind of like higher on the scale, but yeah. Prefer your bed being slightly cold? Oh, you mean your room? Your room's always cold? You should keep your room like slightly cold. It's better sleeping conditions for you, and then just get nice comfy blankets. If you're in bed at 11 and the light is on, you'll pass out. Same thing with the light off, and you're up for a couple hours? Why is that? You feel personally attacked, raging while playing Hollow Knight in bed. Yeah, well, because like video games are designed to like keep you like active and engaged, right? So if you're like active and engaged playing games in bed, I think it's gonna be harder for you to sleep. Another thing is not to eat after a certain time of night. Yes, that's true. Oh! As for some, starting a digestive process can prevent the natural secretion of melatonin and cause acid reflux. Acid reflux sucks. I was realizing the other day that sometimes that happens to me. It sucks. It's not fun. So make sure that if you're hungry, make sure you pay attention to yourself and check in if you need like a little snack after dinner, and just don't skip. When it comes to physiological needs, a good measure of reasonability is probably how we'd work in nature. If a nightlight provides as much light as a full moon, it's probably okay. Yeah, like, but it's like for the most part, it's like you don't want anything like bright. Like no screens, of course. Like I feel like most people know about like blue light and stuff like that. You want to make sure to like avoid that. But yeah, I remember reading some article that was just talking about like in general, like you kind of want to avoid having like any and all lights on. Gotta stop sleeping on the couch, plus your couch gets ruined if you sleep on it a lot. Your bed is in your living room, so windows open, low light. It's just that you've grown used to not sleeping less, and excuse me, you probably should. Well, work on giving yourself more sleep. Sleep's really important because it's what allows your body to repair itself. It helps with your memory and your alertness, etc., your general functioning throughout the day. You know, power off your body. Give your body rest. Cardiovascular issues, as you are forcing your body to engage in a strenuous process when you want to wind down. Oh, that's good to know. What you eat determines how you feel. That too. Diet is always going to be something that's really important, but a lot of that I feel can like tie into financial things, cultural things, what's around you, etc. It's difficult. As much as possible, it's like I always say, stay away from processed sugars and drink a lot of water. Cook your food. Don't do pre-made stuff as much as possible. But it's harder because it's like, it's easy to say, but you know, like cooking is something that requires a lot of like time and energy too. And a lot of the times, like we were saying, work-life balance, it's hard to keep that all together. You know, not everyone's gonna have the energy to like wake up, do their work routine, do work, do their get home from work routine, and then cook themselves a meal like every day. You know, on top of everything, cleaning, maintaining your space, etc. It's hard. Been there, fam, and it's such a quality of life jump sleeping in a proper bed. You do a hard cutoff of food at like 10 p.m. unless it's a special occasion. That's smart. I should do that. I don't have like a specific cutoff. I just like eat dinner and then sometimes go to bed hungry. If I'm like hungry at night, I'm just like, well, I should have just been asleep. But no, it's important to take care of yourself too. Oh, having like a proper bedroom, yeah. Get Flux if you're on your computer at late nights. Yes. I recommend Flux. Flux is like an app that modifies your computer screen to emit less blue light. Something you find hella damn useful and don't do nearly enough meditating before bed. Yeah. There's this like 10-minute like yoga with Adriene meditation video that is like super useful because it's like a full body scan of relaxation. I think stuff like that is generally just like really good and important to do because it forces you to kind of like check in with your body and like slow down and just like get out of your head. I think that's really important, getting out of your head. So 10 out of 10, highly recommend that. Water is always okay, of course. Anxiety wrecks your sleep and it helps. Yeah, anxiety is always rough. Meditation's like good because I feel like it forces you to slow down. Bedroom is basically storage. Hopefully you can get something a bit better eventually. White noise or lo-fi music you prefer kind of helps with sleep. Oh, silence, technically. It should be like totally silent. Theoretically. But I know that a lot of people tend to prefer like white noise as well. Like I know like some people had grown up like playing TV or having a fan on while they sleep. Technically it's better to sleep in silence, but if you're too used to it, sometimes it's like hard for people to fall asleep. You know, like when it takes forever to make something and it takes like 2 minutes to eat it, slow down then! What you just said is so true. You remember shopping in the morning, working 8+ hours, cooking dinner, and burning out hella hard? Because you're just like working all the time. It's hard. That's why stuff like meal prep is important to do. Theoretically, I feel like it's a little more sustainable if you meal prep like on the weekend. But it's hard. But, you know, weekends are only 2 days. I advocate for 4-day work week, 3-day weekends. So that you can have like a fun day, a catch-up day, a chores day. Those are important. Or, you know, I don't know. I think that we need more time in our lives. I don't know. I hate the 40-hour work week. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think that we don't have enough time to take care of ourselves and we dedicate ourselves too much to being productive machines. So, play jungle sounds or rain thunderstorms on your phone. Dude, I feel like rain is like a superior. Rain, like lo-fi, white noise, that stuff I think is so calming, so good. It'd be good to do for like background noise for like meditation, I think. Cozy stuff? Hi, Ryan. Hell yeah. It almost always will take longer to build than deconstruct. That's, again, going back to meal prep. That's why I think meal prep's always good. You spend like a fuck ton of time meal prepping. You spend all that energy at once. You know, you use all of those kitchen utensils to cook and everything. It's a pain in the butt, but you do it once and you're set for a couple of days. And you don't have to do it like every day. Life goals? 40-hour work weeks are a relic of the past and should be abolished. That's how I feel. I don't think that we necessarily need to work 40 hours. I feel like we have enough people in this world that could do work. And I don't think we need to push ourselves necessarily doing 40 hours all the time. I don't know. The human body is not built to sustain that kind of process for long. Yeah, you're averaging 16 hours. I feel like that's unfair. You should have time to like live your life too. Hoping soon enough you'll get a better place. Yeah. No one else try to dishes while cooking. That's the best way to cook. That's the most optimal, is like cleaning as you go. There's always gonna be, because you know, when you finish eating, you're gonna have to clean your dish, but cleaning as you go is like super important. There's small habits like that that I think make things better. But it just boils down, I think, a lot to like what's the word I'm looking for? Because it's like optimizing your time. It's like being conscious of like what you're doing with your time, and it's efficiency is what it is. That's what I'm looking for. Making sure that you're like efficient with your time. It was something that I became super cognizant of when I was working in retail personally. Like looking back on it, I'm like, oh, it's just like I can understand how it's like a little bit toxic. But it was like the mindset of like, if you're standing around not doing anything, there's definitely something you can do. You should never be standing around doing nothing. But it's like, for the most part, like, I think there's always things that you could do instead of standing around waiting. Do the work now to help yourself later. Super duper important for cutting down the time. It is. Yeah. More so based on an old mentality of productivity within a corporate structure, rather than the structure so we holistically care for our workers and pay them a livable wage that was treated like a cog and forced to turn until they're replaced. Yes. It's a very disposable way of living, which is unfair. There's a discrepancy between how much we work and care. Yes. Huge discrepancy. Not everyone has 40 hours per week of passionate dedication for a generic wage job. Yeah. Right, Ryan? Prush just kind of comes out. Oh, she's sitting right here. She was sitting in my lap earlier. Hi. She's been begging for food for the past 2 hours. She gets fed in like 45 minutes. You wanted this promotion, so it's your own fault? Well, I don't know. I would disagree with that. Like, you want the promotion, but it's just like hard because it's like, you want that, but you don't necessarily want less time with like your family and everything, you know? Like, you still want that freedom. And I don't think that that promotion should come at the sacrifice of those things, you know? I know! Hello, Riora! Miss Purse, you're a little chunker. You're a couple pounds overweight. Like, don't talk to me. I'm hungry. You sometimes fixed your plate and did the dishes and your food was cold before you could eat it? No! If you fix your plate, just eat your food. Then do the dishes. Because you gotta clean your plate anyways. So if you fix your plate, eat it. Because if you spend all that time and energy making your food, you deserve to enjoy it while it's hot. You work double in a good week. You've learned to slow down. At that pace, you're ready to drop at 60. What is the point of working yourself to death? It's hard because it's like, I feel like these days a lot of people work themselves to death in order to live. But how? How does that work, you know? Here's a fucked up thing on manage. I told you once, engineers are expected to generate value 10 times higher, and anything under is an unproductive engineer. I think that societally, like, we have a very... I'm just very anti-grind mindset. Very, like, like, I don't think you have to work your fucking ass off and kill yourself for, you know, your job just to live? Why? What does it mean to live then? To survive. It makes me think that it's just better off to live in the mountains, growing your own food, and pumping your own water, and whatever the fuck else you want to do. You're doing stuff to just survive. You don't torture yourself for half your waking time? Yeah. Those who romanticize overworking your body, stop that. It's unhealthy. I hate that. I'm so allergic to, like, romanticizing grind culture, etc. Conversation hits so hard. Balancing personal development and home life is hard. Oh, yeah. Versus the cat bold font. Busy Bee stop having a can? I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Versus Fluffy. Red Bow is cute. Hey, thanks. You're investing time in your team now. Walks in, working yourself to death, slowly walks away. It's important. Who you are can't be a worker. Once you have things running correctly, you can back off the throttle a bit. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes, too, like, doing work means that you have to put in a little bit extra in order to set things up. You know, doing work now so you don't have work later. But the problem is when you're working hard all the time, you know? Work to live, don't live to work. Yeah. Lynch Farms, then. Your country romanticizes and glorifies grind culture? Yes, of course. I think, like, it's not just, I don't know. I personally think it's not just your country, but I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm in the US and there's an individualism, capitalism, etc. But it's just like, you shouldn't, I don't know. You just shouldn't, what's the point of killing yourself for, you know, the grind? You can't be the grind. You can't become a productive machine. We're only human. Japan open backs up, we all go. I just, yeah. Because, also, also, a lot of people then start associating their self-worth with productivity. You are more than what you create. You're more than what you do. And a lot of people need to recognize that. First! There's so much guys. Yeah. Something important that a lot of people need to recognize. Self-worth and productivity issues? Yes. Do you guys know where your self-worth comes from? Are you guys aware of those things about yourself? Because for a long time, I associated a lot of like my self-worth with like, well, I have a lot of issues. I know, for me personally. For me, it was like a lot of my self-worth comes from, because digging into some family issues, a lot of what I do is like, I tend to be like a fawn type person. So it's like, I'm very big on like servicing other people, making sure they're all good, brings me fulfillment. But of course that can be very unhealthy because then it's like my self-worth a lot of the time is then derived by how I feel my performance is for helping other people. But that can't be your personality because you have to be a person outside of helping people, you know? And a lot of it would tie into productivity as well, where it's just like doing good, being a good worker means I'm a good person, means I'm successful. And everyone wants to be successful. But like, why? What is success then? Being a good worker? Does that mean that your value is inherently tied to how successful and productive you are? Because then that leaves no room for you to like rest. That leaves no room for you to just like enjoy being alive, being human, being like on this earth, being in nature, you know, like because it's like, you look at the sunset and it just brings you like, there's beauty, but it's like, there's no productivity there. Like it like devalues things like that. And I think it's really important to like remember those things and take those moments back. Bill's idea in Left 4 Dead, finding an island and living there, right? The escape from society. How will you value yourself if you don't make your company some multiplier higher than what they pay me? Yeah, see, it's like hard because it's like then you're practically, your worth, your value is determined by like the people who write your paycheck. But why? Do they even know you? Do they know what makes you happy? Never compare your struggles and achievements to another's. Everyone walks a different path and their goals and drives are different. You will get there on your own merit and time. You just have to believe that. It is life. One of your favorite things for self-care is doing something for yourself, but after doing the thing, it benefits not only you, but others as well. Yes. I feel like the important thing in life is connecting with other people. So I think it's good to do things that take care of you and like other people. So like one of the things that I feel like is like self-care that I like to do, like real self-care, not like doing things because it makes me feel better self-care, is like cleaning is like one of my favorite things. Like I love cleaning my kitchen. I like all the time. Like I love wiping down all the counters and everything, and I enjoy like vacuuming. And it's really nice because it's like I love having a clean space. And it makes me happy because like I feel like I am giving the people that I live with a clean space to enjoy. And I think it's really important to have that. I find a lot of value in that. But I know like some people also don't like cleaning. But I used to not be super big on cleaning, but it's something that I've become fond of. One of your favorite things for self-care? I don't know, I read that one. Dude Hugo. Yeah. Remember to have spoons for yourself as you proceed and not just for others. Yeah. Spoon theory? We talked a little, like a teeny bit about bones, but bones and spoon theory, it's all important to take time for yourself. Your self-worth has often been whether you're servicing other people well, whether others think highly of you or find you useful, and that's very much productivity based. It's shit really, it's not worth it, but it's a long work in progress. Yeah. A lot of it ties into childhood. In my opinion, from what I have found, is I feel like a lot of these things tie into how you were raised and what your parents valued from you as a kid. I feel like that stuff is a lot of like where that came from. Like if you were helpful to your parents and stuff like that, and they praised you a lot for that and not in other ways, I feel like that's where a lot of us will derive a lot of our self-worth from. Especially coming from like first generation immigrant parents. I feel like there's always going to be that, like, barrier. And I feel like, you know, helping people's always is, like, universally understood, but something to reflect on in your own life, I would say, is how you felt your parents showed they loved you growing up. Real versus performative self-care, that's something you've recently delved into deeper. What do you explain to me? What do you mean in a little more detail about real versus performative? Cleaning is nice. It's important. So interesting to learn. Hello, sincerely Nolly. Welcome in. Speaking of productivity, there's this pressure you get from your folks about it. I feel like I totally understand. I feel like a lot of people deal with those feelings as well. So you're definitely not alone. But they don't see what you've actually been working on. Sometimes it just hits hard when they tell you you haven't been doing anything at all because it sort of warps your sense of self. You try to brush it off whenever it happens. Well, first off, you're completely valid in how you feel. And I feel like it's important to recognize that you are doing things. Like, just because someone doesn't see what you're doing doesn't mean you haven't been putting in work. Like, I understand what you mean. I feel like that's really hard because it's like, to me, what it sounds like is like your parents are invalidating all the work that you've been doing. And I can see how it warps your sense of self because it's like, it devalues all the effort you've been putting in and all that you've been working, even though they don't like see it. But it's hard because it's like, then it becomes,
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. I feel like it's frustrating because then it's like, it then poses this thing of like, because if people tell you you're not doing anything, like, then now it's like, well, then the things that you create, does it have to be seen now? Like, you start feeling this pressure of like, well, now they have to, in order for them to stop, like, verbally, you know, kind of, not necessarily like degrading or like harassing, but like, you know, wearing you down and making you feel like you're not doing anything and not validating that you've been, you know, because they can't acknowledge that you're doing work outside of what they can see. It's hard because then it's like, well, now your work gains this aspect of like performativeness to it, where it's like, it has to be perceived. It's outside of you because someone else is imposing like their opinion, and it's hard. One of the rabbit holes you fell hard for is mechanical keyboards, modded keyboards, and even a built one. Now you're helping your brother and best friends get the good shiz. Keyboards are really cool. Stuff like that, I feel like that crosses into creativity. I think that's really important, is to building and constructing, I think, you know, puzzles, stuff like that, that's mentally enriching, I think is really good to have. You've noticed you have this mindset where you don't feel worthy of it, like love, self-care, etc. You've been working on it, on where it comes from. You have a feeling it's rooted in your religious upbringing. I think it's worth it to explore that. I totally understand that. Because it's like, I also have a lot of issues with like self-esteem and like the idea of like whether or not you deserve good things. I know a lot of people, I feel like from a lot of conversations I've had with so many people, a lot of people also just have a hard time acknowledging that they even have issues because we're aware of like, you know, everyone's got issues. And a lot of the time it's like, well, why should I care about my issues when there's so many other people I should help them with their issues? But the reality is that everyone's got issues. And it doesn't help anyone if you ignore your own issues, too. But anyways, I do think it's important to explore that more. Like, what is it that makes you feel like you're not worthy of it? What is it that makes you feel worthy? Why is it that that is something that deems it worthy versus not? Yes, childhood hard agree. Parents didn't require much from you, but your praise is associated with constant achievements. Yep. My parents were the same thing, where it was just like, I was never particularly close with my parents, but the one thing that would always get their attention was like achievements. Like, I was, you know, gifted and talented kid, raking in like all these awards for like being great at spelling or whatever, you know, and it was just like, they'd always be super happy about that, and it was just like the one thing that I would always get like super praised for. But it made me become very disillusioned as a teen. Chase after that, more evident at school because you had no friends with the ability to be special and adults give you attention for being smart, doing well, or being talented in art. Yeah, I had the same thing too. And then I became very disillusioned as a teen because I felt like that was the only value that I brought to my parents, and I felt like they didn't care about me as a person, so I became very frustrated with that. So I felt like I kind of grew like a chip on my shoulder because I felt like I was being used as a trophy and not being appreciated as a person. I did say gifted and talented. I did have the GATE program at my school. Sort of weird, but knock things off your game backlog helped you feel productive, accomplished even in off time? Yes. I feel that way too. I know that I for sure get like a hit of like dopamine when I'm able to cross stuff off, which is probably why I'm super big on like listing things. I have a routine of making a list of my routine and checking things off as I do it. It also helps me keep on track because I'm prone to forgetting things like all the time. Taking the time to actually work on yourself when and where you need to, and when you notice the signs versus addressing the things. Yes. Around you point as a wave. Around you point as a wave, freeze them temporarily. In terms of self-care, right? Check. Real versus performative self-care? Yes. I think I agree very much with that. Because I think, like, it's also hard too, I think in media these days, the idea of self-care is very, like, there is a lot of, like, performative, like, self-care, and a lot of people like to sidestep, like, actual self-care, which does mean doing hard things sometimes, like calling and making that doctor's appointment. That, probably a lot of people have been, like, putting off because it's hard and you don't want to do it, and that's where this whole, like, inner parenting and what being an adult actually means is doing things to care for yourself even if you don't want to because it means taking care of yourself. So. But yeah, I feel like I have a lot of feelings about the way that things are very, like, glorified, treating the symptoms and not the cause sort of thing, you know? Feeling the same way. Sometimes you have to actively participate in it. The whole performative necessity in there, supposed achievements and being productive, makes it hard to want to keep doing it after a while. Yes. High vibe energy. Always striving for greatness. The hard part of this is being honest but compassionate with yourself on areas of weakness and areas that you have to progress in. Yeah. I think that honesty and being in touch with yourself too is very important. I was talking with a friend about it last night, but I think that a lot of people are really afraid to, like, look themselves in the eye and be honest about what they need. Because, you know, I think a lot of it ties into, like, pride and, like, admitting, like, weakness. Sometimes I feel like a lot of people don't really want to examine that within themselves. And it's easier for them to look at other people and criticize them, but I think a lot of people don't want to look inward. Your sister and you went to the same schools and she was a genius. Being compared to every stage of life is not fun. I think comparison is absolute dog shit. Comparison, I think, can really fuck up your sense of self-worth. And it's, you know, definitely not fun. It's really hard. It's a lot of work to recover from that, IMO. Didn't have gait, but had the unfortunate gifted child syndrome bullshit going on. Now can't do anything? Yay. Have any of y'all ever had a weird pressure of other people saying you're only good at this skill hobby when you're professional at it? Oh, like having... Yes. Having to make money off of it and having an audience within community, that's stupid. Yeah. I feel like I think stuff like that is, like, really frustrating. I don't think that you have to have this, like, you don't have to make, like, it's really important to do things for your own self-enjoyment where other people aren't involved. I think that it's goofy that you don't have to excel, like, I feel like in addition to productivity, I think there's also pressure to be good at things. And I think that it's goofy. You don't have to be good at everything. You know, we're only human. You can be bad at things, that's fine. And you can still do it even if you're bad at it. It ties into, like, you know, I think of, like, karaoke, but sometimes, like, people are, like, genuinely shy. But it's like, you know, you could do pottery and maybe, you know, the pots that you make or the stuff that you shape out of clay don't look the greatest, but as long as you have fun, that's, like, what's most important. I think, like, especially, like, in art. Like, if you like to draw, it doesn't matter, you know, if you're not making the next Mona Lisa. As long as you derive enjoyment from it, you don't have to be professional. I think that's really important. Hard to separate achievements and praise from self-worth. Especially if you grew up that way, I feel like that's especially how a lot of people, like me, tend to assign self-worth with the perception of other people. That's GATE program for a few years. Some history for you with the GATE program. Therapy helped you? I think therapy is very useful. Is it worth it seeing a therapist? I think so. I think if you find the right therapist, like, I feel like therapists are really good if you're not sure, you know, where to go, what to do. I feel like they're a wonderful guide in helping you figure things out about yourself and reflect if you have a difficult time doing that. I mean, like, I want to see a therapist. I do love, like, self-reflection and stuff, but I think that it's worth it to see. And I think it's also really important to note that there's always going to be, like, an optimal therapist for you that will work well with you. Not every therapist is going to be automatically amazing. It's important that you find a right fit as well. Yes? Are you as society being honest and vulnerable is perceived as a weakness? I feel like I'm always trying to actively fight that. I feel like honesty and vulnerability is one of the strongest things that you can do. I think it's super courageous to be vulnerable. When someone's asked to confront and resolve themselves, they're afraid of making that acknowledgement of weakness and forgetting that there's strength in that. Yeah. Super bullshit. You wish more kids had the opportunity to take fun classes for a change. Oh yeah. People saying that is dumb AF. It's good to do for you. Sometimes you fall immensely out of love with your hobby skills once you try to turn it into something you have to perform it constantly and do it perfectly. Yes, I agree. Even in medicine, it's about treating the signs, not what you believe it to be. Know very well to take care of the thorns on the way to the root. Yes, exactly. Give it the time related to get one. Cat? Yes. Hello! Oh my wings. How do I feel when viewers come in and say they subbed to another streamer? I don't know. Cool. Good for that streamer. Starchy doesn't do karaoke. Yeah, I mean, that's fine too. With hobbies and anything, your comfort zone is important. Stand up for yourself. And I think all Avalanche members and hopefuls coming to this stream and opening both your hearts and mind in chat. Being open is hard, but it's also so powerful to speak, acknowledge yourself, and inspire yourself. You're all amazing and powerful. Thank you, and keep grinding to be the best version of yourself. Thanks, Duo. There's a 10,000 hours to master something idea. You don't have to have a natural aptitude for something to eventually master it. It reminds me of something that I had read, like, on Twitter at one point, I think, like a while back, about how, like, this one person didn't like the idea of someone saying, what was it? That people were talented. Because the idea of saying, like, you know, like when you see artwork and being like, oh my god, you're so talented at art. Because they felt like the idea of saying that someone was talented at art seemed to suggest that they had a natural aptitude for it and were just better than others, which was unfair to, like, the 10,000 hours that they had spent in honing their artwork and being good. And they preferred, like, skill over talented, because saying that someone's skilled at something, like, implies that they had put in the work for it. And I thought that was interesting. I don't, like, super mindfully try to, like, say that, but I thought that was, like, something interesting to consider too, is the difference between the two. Freedom to be bad at things would be nice. You can't play games, but it's nice to be able to play and not have anyone give you shit for it. Yeah, it's like, I feel like there's always this, like, pressure on, like, you have to be good at everything, but it's like, you don't have to be good at it in order to enjoy it. You could be bad at it, enjoy it, you know? Like, I don't know. That's the thing. And all of it, like, good, I think, always ties in with success, and it's just, like, those are, like, the pinnacles of, like, what we view as, like, good and valuable in a society. I'm already your therapist. I'm everyone's therapist. Hi, hello. Thank you for coming in today. What really helped you along the way was therapy and taking up a mindfulness and self-compassion class. I feel like mindfulness and self-compassion are, like, very important skills that people have to hone. I've mentioned this a little bit, I think, on Twitter, but I feel like it's like working out. Like, working out those muscles. Like, it's something, these are, like, mental routines that I feel like you have to do for yourself. Learning about MSC was able to help you get out of the very dark place you're in and help you with finding your self-worth again, honestly. But, like, MSC can be so hard to practice sometimes. 100%. It's like going to the gym. Some days it's easier to, like, push yourself to beat your PRs than others. But it's, like, an important thing that you have to regularly practice in order to take care of yourself mentally. And I think it's really important to take care of yourself mentally, just like it is to take care of yourself physically. I think that's very admirable. I love that. So an interview with Vampy about work and doing a passion. You like what she said? She said, keep a job, do your passion. If you decide to make your passion a career, to have a plan. That's good. She approaches it from a more logical approach, that the job gives you skills and puts food on the table, insurance, etc. I think Vampy's very smart. And I think she was also very lucky to do what she loves and also explore, you know, like, she's able to do a lot of things in the professional sense. She's a smart lady. I respect her. I can understand that it does get overwhelming and it feels like judgment is over her head even though you just want to have fun. Yeah, I think, like, societally, and I think it's important to examine that, like, within ourselves too. Like, if we ever, you know, want to criticize someone, I think it's important to stop and ask ourselves, like, what the point of criticizing someone is, if it's, like, to help them, or, you know, if you're inflicting your opinion. I always like to say inflicting your opinion, because sometimes your opinion is not necessarily wanted. But just like wondering if it's like a, I don't know, because the quest for self-improvement, success, being good at something, a lot of it can tie in kind of like a complicated way. But it's important to be bad at something for fun. Maybe we should all pick up something that we're bad at for fun. It's hard though. But I think it's a lot of like, sometimes, you know, we feel bad for being bad at something because we feel like we're bad for not being successful. And I think it's important to deconstruct that. Look at top of the post you saw about being good bad at things. I will read it to you guys. Oh, thank you. Oh, my wings. Pretty shitty how baseline human activities like singing, dancing, and making art. Yep. Like singing? Be bad at singing. Go off. If it makes you happy. I love singing in my car. I also love dancing. I don't think I'm that great at dancing, but I will go dance on a dance floor and have fun. I'll turn into skills instead of being seen as behaviors. So now it's like the point of doing them is to get good at them and not, this is a thing humans do the way birds sing and bees make hives. It's true. You know, we've posted this before, but it bears repeating. This is a thing humans do. You don't have to be good at it to enjoy it. I'm adding writing. Writing is really good too to add. Specifically because humans have been telling stories since we invented language, and our love of it should not be taken away from us by the invention of money. It's a really good post. It's important to do these things creatively. 10 more minutes, baby. It's important to do those things. To have those, like, ways of expressing ourselves and exploring our creativity in an unhindered, unjudged way. There's... Oh. Duo's great. He definitely deserves his, like, moderator position. Awesome. Pillar. Life's so short, it'd be nice to not need to be good at everything. Yeah, because our value isn't what we're good at. We are valuable simply because we are. That's something I feel very strongly about. Like, people deserve respect because they are people. You know, like, I don't think you have to earn these things necessarily. You could lose them, of course, but I don't think you have to earn them. No, purse! Not on my neck. Definitely people with natural knack for things, but there's so many people put hella work into things to get where they are, or a combination of the two. Oh yeah. Affirmation bot. As people, we have to learn and unlearn to sharpen ourselves constantly. As Mirage says, you gotta take the good with the bad. Show yourself Trump purse. Ew. Bully. Thank you, Derpy, for hanging around. Yes, thank you so much for being here and being a part of the conversation. Inflicting your opinions sometimes needed. Some people needed to hear that there is opposition in some way, but make no mistake, inflicting is what it is. Yeah, and a lot of it can tie into communication too, because Derpy, who has just left, has been reading, and I really want to read this book, called Nonviolent Communication. Communication's like a whole other thing that we can dive into as well, that I feel very strongly about. Because I do think that communication, how we converse with one another, it's like something that, it's like a lifelong lesson. And I think it's really important to work on your communication skills so that you can communicate with people without hurting them. I think that's really important, and I think everyone should know that whenever possible. But, like all things in life, what we know is modeled by the people around us. And again, tying into the social aspect that was brought up earlier, people you surround yourself with and your values are really important. Yes, about singing and dancing. That's why you play fighting games. You're awful, but man, it's fun. That's good. As long as you have fun, that's the most important thing. You dance perfectly in Destiny too when I dance with you. Oh my god. Hello, Steph. Welcome back. No worries. I'm glad you like it. I have a fireplace. I always point it out that I am blocking. Comfy fireplace. Fireplace sounds. Those are my toes, dude. Cannot sing or dance, but if tipsy, you can bear the anxiety associated with being bad at both. I want to move my chair, but first, try to not run over your beans, dude. Hi, Gonzo. Welcome in. Mike's dad's fault? Yes. That's why I think confronting your childhood traumas is always good. But it can be very hard. And again, this is where, like a therapist, professional help is really useful because people are certified with helping you navigate these things. I haven't been able to find a therapist because therapy is really hard. So it's like in lieu of therapy, there's like a lot of books that I think are really great to read to help you reflect. I always say like journaling, I think, is one great method of self-care to use as a tool to help you reflect on yourself and your experiences and explore things versus super hunkers. Oh, Melodi's still teaching you from the afterlife. I think it's important to recognize your own agency and your growth too, because I think it's really easy to look the other way and associate a lot of like what you learn from like other people, but it is your like self-awareness and the work that you put in that allows you to grow, and you decide your behavior, you know. So how have I been? I've been good. We're having a little mental health Monday where we hang out and talk about mental health topics and things like that. Ourselves, our values, things that we appreciate, that we want, being bad at things, being good at things. So anything with your parents, a nice mini vacation for you? That's good. That sounds nice. Was it a good vacation? I hope so. Yours is still teaching you so much. Jump rope is the skill where you sucked hella bad when you started and we've gone a lot better. Something you can look at and be proud of the work you put into it. I think that's good. We were talking a lot like earlier on stream about how like exercise is important, and someone had brought up, what was it? I forgot the first one. Ring Fit Adventure and jump roping. And I thought of you, because I know that you've been jump roping. I think that's really good too. To have something where it's like, that's why like I think, you know, exercise is also really good because it's like you don't necessarily like, it's an easy measurable thing that you will improve at, like as long as you like, the consistency is like the hard thing about it. But it's like, exercise is good because it's like, it's measurable, like the work that you can do, because you know, you can count, like if you do like jump rope, you can count how far you go, and it's, you know, you don't have to go anywhere for it. Maybe I should start jump roping. And like, you just get better at it over time. It helps you with like exercise. Damn. Now I'm gonna look at jump ropes after. Your friend's telling you to go back to therapy, but you'd rather find a decent therapist? Can you? That's my elbow. I'm trying to eat my elbow. I think it's important to find like a decent therapist. I think like you can have like a therapist. I haven't been to therapy. Important disclaimer. But I feel like a therapist that doesn't click with you isn't going to be very useful, you know? Like, I'm trying to think of like a good allegory. Metaphor? I'm not really sure. Like, you can have a therapist, but I think I feel like just having like a better, like a therapist that really works with you, you're gonna make way more breakthroughs with than like with a therapist you don't really click with. It's important because it's an investment in yourself, and it's really important to invest in yourself because this is your life. You only have one. And it's important to take care of yourself. Right, Purse? Thank you, my worst enemy. I appreciate it. Also, howdy, hello, welcome. Hold on. I feel my throat getting itchy. My cat is very hungry. That's why she's pestering me. Topic I want to touch on related to a story I posted. Holding tension in your face and shoulders. Send that to not holding tension in your relationships, as just like it is with your body, as it is damaging in the long term. Yes. The tension stuff, that crosses across like so many things. That's why like meditation's good. Like the yoga with Adrienne 10-15 minute meditation thing that she has, I think is really, really good. Because she talks about doing like a whole like full body scan for the 10 minutes and just like breathing and focusing, and I think that's really good. I found it pretty life-changing, like I think it was like in college when I had a class where I learned about full body scans and meditation, and we would do that at the beginning of class. And I had that class, it was like my first class of the day, and I feel like it really helped set the pace for the rest of my day. I feel like it's very useful to become familiar and feel at home in your body. That's that can be a really tough topic. But yeah, tension in relationships goes back to communication. And I think, again, it's important to know how to approach these things. Confrontation also in itself can be really, really difficult. As someone who's grown up deriving value from the perception of other people and me, kind of confrontation is hard because then you're rocking the boat. Which is just like, you know, when you're grown up, you never want to rock the boat. Can you stop trying to munch? She's trying to eat me. Good getaway. Felt nice to decompress and spend time with your parents. You enjoyed it. Writing some notes about that at work, but accidentally shred them with patient paperwork. Oh no, I'm sorry. Exercise? Exercise, hello, calendar. Turn fear, anxiety, stress into gains. Yeah, exercise is just really good for you mentally. Keep it up too, your endurance will be top notch. Yeah, my endurance has always been booty, so maybe I should do that. They say finding a good therapist is like clicking with a date. Ah, that's a good metaphor for it. Like, that's good. You don't want to settle. You want to find someone who works. She's so cute. Oh my god, she's all over the place. Your therapist right now thinks you're an asshole from the answers you gave him. Are you sure? It's important to find like a good therapist. I feel like a good therapist, you know, I don't know. I think it's important to be really honest with the therapist. And I don't know. It's important to... Things like that I feel like it can be hard. I feel like it's important to like... One, hopefully the therapist understands like where you're coming from, and then also I think I don't know, maybe it would be good to like reflect and see where they may be coming from too, potentially. You never know. I think it's important also to look at yourself critically. It's something I'm trying to be better at, but it's so hard when you have like low self-esteem already. That doesn't mean that you're like, you could beat yourself up, but beat yourself up for the wrong thing. It's important to be critical of yourself because we're not perfect. But it's important not to like, you know, knock yourself down too. Hello, Nate, welcome in. And hello, Thunder. Purse strikes back, purse hungers. Yeah. Oh my gosh, guys. Your therapist has known you forever, so he knows you're not an ass, but he's well aware you tend to behave like one. Nonviolent communication. You gave him your answer on why the guy deserved it? Oh, I see. Yeah. You think you need to be more flexible with your therapist, though? Do you? It's easy for you to just be like, this isn't working, instead of giving shit a chance. I mean, like, therapist is like dating already lost that battle. It's hard for me to like speak on this topic because I personally don't have like experience with like searching for a therapist. And I feel like it's like, I really want one, but I don't want to pay, you know, like $80 out of pocket per session. It's nuts to me. I can't afford that. But I will pursue books and, you know, I'll try to reflect on myself. I journal a lot, but it's hard. But, you know, I think it's also important. I'm sure we're all aware that, like, therapists aren't like a surgeon. You know, they're not like a mental surgeon where, like, you go there and you talk with them and then they have rearranged your brain. Like, they're like a gym trainer, kinda, where they like tell you what you need to do, but you gotta be the one pulling the weight. Hope that doesn't disqualify you. I feel like a therapist is the one who should give you the most credit, even if you're an asshole. Yeah. A therapist being an asshole should be a perfect match. If you don't like to flirt with your therapist either, very uncomfortable, very funny. It's just like, I don't know. My idea of like a good therapist is like, I feel like they should understand you. It's hard. Because it's like, I feel like too, because I think that like a lot of basic human needs are that we just want to be seen, heard, understood. You know? Like I feel like that's like a big thing with like in human relationships. What we want is for other people to acknowledge us, for other people to like hear like what we have to say. I guess it goes under acknowledgement, but also to be like understood, to like for them to know us. I think is like what we really like crave, and those are things that the therapist should be doing bare minimum, where it's like they should understand where you're coming from. And that's also stuff that we should be getting from like our friends. Yeah, you know, because it's like, how satisfying is it, you know, when you're talking with like a friend or anyone, you know, like anyone at all, and they really get you? Like, isn't that like, that's like an incomparable feeling, that connection with like another human being where they get you. Like, that's something that I think is super fulfilling, that I think that we should have in our lives as much as possible. And I think therapists should like kind of like do that minimum. And your friends should do that too, of course. But I feel like therapists should understand. A good therapist, I think, should understand you in that way so that they can guide you to better places. That's a CBT thing, kind of. Doesn't always work for everyone. Wait, what do you mean? Journaling has been helping you? Hell yeah. I'm a big advocate for journaling being very helpful. I think it's a very strong tool. It's like a chainsaw to a tree. You will credit your therapist helped you discover you're not allowing yourself to cry, hurt, or be human because your upbringing and life experience? Yeah! Did he make you cry for like a whole hour? You needed to. He helped you cry. He didn't make you cry. He helped you cry. There are other ways therapy can work. We know if you want to heal and get better, you need to dump all the things that is in your head. Yeah! I always talk about how your mind and your life is like a garden. And sometimes you need to call in a gardener, a therapist, to kind of help you discern like the unhealthy weeds and plants that might be strangling the other plants that you want to grow. But when the gardener leaves, it's up to you to mind your garden, you know? You have a weird thought about the point of being understood? A good therapist will help you understand yourself. I agree with that. I think it's really important too that like being who you are and understanding yourself are two separate things. You could be yourself but not understand yourself. Like, that's the thing with like anger and stuff too, is that like a lot of people will get mad, but they won't understand why they're really mad. And again, going back to childhood, sometimes a lot of it can be because like there's childhood traumas that were triggered because someone said something and it reminded you of the way your dad used to say something that would make you feel upset and invalidated. And so all those feelings come back, and like even though someone did something that they didn't mean to like hurt you, it has like triggered something inside of you that reminded you of like your father, and now you feel upset and defensive. And then it becomes like an argument. And that's how like communication blips happen. And it's important because you think that it's because your friend did something that you're upset, but it's not what your friend did that necessarily made you upset. It's because it reminded you of something that happened in your childhood that had made you upset and brought those feelings back up. That's where a lot of things come from, IMO. Staff gets me? I got you. That's true. Therapists are like gym trainers in a way. They're also like friends, except they give non-biased answers, but like in a kind way wherein it doesn't hit too hard. Yeah. I think good certified therapists are very good at like non-violent communication. But again, I think that it should be beyond therapists to do this. I think like we as people should work on implementing these in like our toolbox where we can approach people and talk with people in non-aggressive, non-violent ways as much as possible. I'm a very big proponent of like separating your emotions from like your behaviors as well. Like that was like the number one thing I was focusing on when I started journaling, because it's like I would have this issue where it's like when I would become upset at myself, or if I felt like I was in danger and threatened, I had a trauma response of fucking shutting down. I would flood is the term that I've heard to describe it, where I would just shut down. I would feel super unsafe, etc. I've gotten a little bit better about it because I would separate like my emotions and my behaviors a little bit, that like even though I felt a certain way, I didn't necessarily have to like behave in a certain way. Like even though I felt like I like angry or upset or sad, where I was like overwhelmed, it was like there's a lot of power in acknowledging these emotions and being like, okay, I feel this way, but that doesn't mean that I have to like do these things. I can understand that. I can ask myself like, why, where do these feelings come from? And separate that, like, hopefully, you know, the people that you communicate with aren't trying to harm you. I think that's really important too. Some people communicate with the intent to hurt other people, and I think that's really unhealthy, and those are not the types of people I want in my life. I think it's important to recognize when, if people do that, bring that to their attention. I feel like if people, I've met people like this, if people are proud about this fact or aren't very concerned about the fact that they actively are trying to hurt people with their words, these are people you need to get away from as much as possible. What if you perfectly understand someone who is in some way in denial about a part of themselves? I read a really good, I don't know if I shared it. I read something that I thought was really interesting. I think it depends, because sometimes our understanding and our potential of other people are simply our projection of what we would do in their own position. So sometimes we think we understand someone a little bit more because it's us who we really understand. So, but it's hard. And the thing is too, is that like what we have to recognize is that we can't control other people. Healing is our own individual responsibility, and that's why like I'm always like, mental health, what do you do for, you know, journaling, your self-care regime mentally? Like, what are you doing for your mental health? Because it's not something you can put on other people. Going back to the gym trainer thing, like that's why personal individual responsibility I think is super important, because it's like, you can understand someone who's in some way in denial about themselves, but if they don't do anything to help themselves, it doesn't matter how much you understand them. Like, you could try to bring it to their attention, but like, you can't force people one way or another. CBT, I have to feed her, it's 5:30. I'm behind on chat, so I'm behind on time. Yes, cognitive behavioral therapy I've always heard about. Here's some behavioral changes you have to do to change your mental outlook. Oh, I see. Just for a lot of people incomplete, your dad has a temper. Mindfulness-based cognitive therapy is also a good approach. I think mindfulness is super important. Thank you for lurking, Darren. Someone you dated definitely communicated with the intent to hurt and was very adamant about staying that way. Yet, I had the same thing. Someone who left a lot of trauma behind for you. Oh, she's sitting in my lap. It's hard to trust people. These people can be very destructive if you've like dated and got to know them in like an intimate sense. But you never ever want to have people in your life who communicate with the intent to hurt as much as possible. Psychodynamic therapy, imperfect, but another way to look at things. I think like, because in order to understand ourselves more, I think that it's important to surround ourselves with varying perspectives. She's sitting in my lap. So I think different approaches are always good, you know? Consuming media to reflect on your own life is good. That's why I brought up the therapist question, because yes, you can connect with a friend, but it's hard when you're past tether experience. It prevents you to even trust another person to the point where you see others as a friend, even if you spend time with them and really open up. In your mind, it's the therapist's job to listen, so it seems easier to just open up. Yeah, I mean, like, I 100%, like, if you feel that way, I would highly recommend, like, go see a therapist and just make sure that you understand, like, it's their job to help you. You're paying them to listen to you and, like, get their insight. So I would recommend that, you know. One critique of behavioral therapy is focus on mental health as a function of doing work in modern society. Oh, yeah, that's rough. Yeah, GD's really great and welcoming. I appreciate that. What counts as a disorder in CBT and other behavioral therapy mindsets is what stops you from doing work and being a good laborer. And that's kind of frustrating. Because then it's like, then it becomes like value, productivity, and success is like the end goal. Petting my master versus a master. You know, you can't really change them. You wonder what the relationship about understanding someone in denial is, and the need for them to be understood. Well, because it's like sometimes people want to be understood like as they are and like not their potential, you know, like just because you see like things that they could do, like I feel like it goes hand in hand with validation. We can talk more about validation in a second. Let me BRB, because Purse has been patiently waiting, so I'm gonna feed her really quick. Give me 1 second, guys. Hi, welcome in. No, I'm alive. I also have my comfy blanket. I hope you guys have your comfy blanket too. It was in the wash, so it's nice and warm. How's it going? It's great. Thanks, guys. I said validation is what we're gonna talk about, right? In regards to communication? Yes, comfy blanket. I have my tea, which is now cold and has a bunch of cat hair in it. But... oh, wow. Validation's important. You're here for the vibes. Little heater pad in your lap, courtesy of Ryan? Hell yeah. Heater pads are great. There's like an approach to this when a certain individual opens up. Yeah, that's true. Would you like me to just listen or would you like me to help and offer solutions? And that's really important too. Comfy hoodie. Good. Yeah. So communication is really important. When someone's, if someone's like coming to you for an issue, Nolly has it spot on. If you're not sure how the conversation's going to go, sometimes it's just good, it's just good practice to ask that about a conversation if a friend is coming to you. I feel like we need to have, we as in just, people need to have, a better understanding and a better approach to, these things because of issues like emotional dumping. If you're not sure what emotional dumping is when you just vent all the time, and that's pretty much what your relationship is with someone, is, you just go to them to, vent and complain, and they go to you to vent and complain. It pretty much creates this, negative cycle where, your friendship is based on negative feelings, basically. So it's important not to do that. It's important because it's you're draining energy, basically. It's not healthy. Sometimes you need to get things off your chest, but there's healthier ways to do that. So the ways that you counter emotional dumping is if you have something that you want to vent to, it's really important to, one, ask for permission. Ask if they're in a good mental space to talk. You have something you want to complain about and you want someone to listen to you, Hello, Abyss, welcome in. Because it's important to, gauge, because sometimes, maybe they had a really bad day, and if you just start complaining, maybe they just don't have the mental energy. And that sucks for everyone, because if you just go to someone and you just start complaining without checking in, it's it could be rude and inconsiderate. Hi, hello, Argento, welcome in. In so many ways. Because if you think about it, it could be that, you're kind of sending this message that you don't care, in a sense. People don't necessarily think about it. This is great advice. Yeah, this is really important. Just check in. Maybe they had a shit day and you don't know about it. But if you just go up to someone and just start complaining, even though they're a friend, it's just courteous to just check in and be hey, even if it's out of the blue, if it's something that's driving you nuts at the moment, I think it's just courteous to be hey, sorry to message you out of the blue, but this really frustrating thing happened. I was wondering if you had the space to listen to me. Always give them the option to say no. Don't guilt them, if they don't have the space. It's important to have healthier avenues to deal with frustrating emotions, but, if you have someone that uses an emotional dump and is draining you, please set a boundary with them. Yes! God, I'm such a huge proponent for boundaries. And if people don't respect your boundaries, doesn't matter what their redeeming qualities are, they don't respect your boundaries, they don't respect you as a person, and you can't have that person in your life. It's not healthy for you, it won't be good for you. You can understand the emotional dumping thing, because the last best friend relationship you had, she basically dumped all her rant and stress on you to where it got you feeling you don't feel like a best friend to them before. Needless and non-consensual emotional dumping can both startle and set someone off. Yeah, 100%. Yes, and I do think venting is very healthy so long as you have those boundaries set. If you have this agreement where it's if you check in with somebody, you're hey, are you in a good space? Can I vent? And they're yeah, for sure, go off. What's going on? And then you can vent about these things. Great, wonderful, perfect, fantastic. It's good to have someone that you can confide in, because the point of venting is having someone listen to you who's on your side to validate your emotion. And it's good to have that too, because sometimes you could be frustrated about something, I don't know, you could be frustrated about something at work.
Thank you.
Hello, Scott!
Happy 14 months, Steph. Hope you are doing well.
Thank you for subscribing for 14 months. I appreciate you. I hope all is well with you. But yeah, so in a work environment, for example, if you're gonna vent to your significant other about work, it's good to talk to someone who's impartial, because otherwise it's a little tricky. yeah, it is very helpful for not feeling alone. Like, it allows you to, like, get closer with people because it's like, you know, they're validating you. They're emotionally supporting you. And it's hard because, like, ultimately, like, what you're seeking when you're venting is, you know, you're seeking emotional support in, like, what you're going through. You want to be, like, understood because you're frustrated, you know? So it's, and this is something, you know, like, for, you know, if something's frustrating at work, you know, it's good, like, if you have, like, an SO to, like, lean on to be like, hey, you know, hey, honey, I had a really frustrating day at work. Is it, like, can I just, like, vent to you about, like, what's been going on? If not, it's okay. Like, I have another friend that I could try to, like, talk to about this stuff, but I just, you know, want to complain. Because a lot of the time it's, like, you kind of want to be, like, comforted, seen, understood, or maybe you don't want to be comforted, but it's good, again, to, like, ask, you know, and, like, instead of just saying, like, oh, man, like, I had, like, a really horrible, like, day at work, you know, and then just, like, launching in it. Maybe someone else also had a really frustrating day, and maybe they just don't have the capacity to talk about it. So that's why, like, asking consent and double checking is really good to make sure that you're, like, in a good space. It's just all about, like, healthier or better communication instead of just, like, assuming and expecting. But it's hard because it's, like, it's getting into the practice of doing it as well. It's a different type of behavior. Crappy work day? I'm sorry you had a crappy work day. You had a good Thanksgiving break. At least that was good. I remember this guy always does this complaint. Yeah, sometimes that's just, like, how people are. If venting is going to help you solve the problem, then it's pointless. Sometimes it's good. Like, I think there's, like, emotional solidarity that can come out of it, being understood by other people, validating your emotions, you know? Because the thing is, too, is that, like, when you feel things, sometimes it's hard if you feel isolated because of your feelings. Like, if you're dealing with something at work and other people don't kind of, like, seem to understand it, and it's, like, frustrated, and you just want, you know, like, you just feel like you're dealing with it all on your own. Sometimes it's really hard, and I feel like venting can kind of help with that, because then it's like you're sharing your problems with someone else, getting it off your chest, and importantly, I think, hopefully, in, like, healthy relationships, you're also giving this person an opportunity to understand you a little bit better, like, emotionally, like, where you're coming from and how you feel about these things, you know? Like, so, like, I don't know, again, like, going back to the work example, like, it'll give, you know, whoever you vent to a better understanding of things that you deal with at work. These things, you know, you could discuss it with an SO, you could discuss it with a friend, etc. Because sometimes you just want to get the emotions off your chest, and, like, you know, if you're frustrated with someone or something, and there's, like, nothing that you could really, like, do about it, but you just feel frustrated and you want to talk about it, I think that it can be good to do that. ABC stuff, I see. Current best friend that you have shared your past relationship. Sure, you understood there's some terms that would trigger you, so you explained to the best of her understanding. We both discussed and understood we have boundaries. Boundaries are so important. I think it's just, like, good, healthy boundaries, I think, are so necessary. Excuse me. And there's something that, like, I was really bad at for so much of my life up until now. It's only in recent years that I feel like I've been better about, like, learning how to assert myself and what sort of boundaries I want to enforce and ways to enforce them. But it's harder because, like, I feel like a boundary setting is something that, like, a lot of people just aren't really, like, familiar with. So I always try to, like, encourage that I can within, like, spaces so that, like, we can become more comfortable setting it with other people and hopefully, like, the people in our life. Setting boundaries, very, very important. People need to understand setting boundaries is not an act of selfishness. No, not at all. Like, setting boundaries is, like, the exact... I feel like it's kind of, like, the exact opposite. I feel like, I mean, maybe not necessarily, like, selfless, but it's, like, it's for the preservation of relationships. It's in order to care for yourself. It's not necessarily putting yourself first, but, you know, it's in the grand scheme of communication. Safeguard our mental space and emotional health 100%. And we have to take care of ourselves. And I feel like there's always this idea in society where it's, like, caring for yourself and putting yourself first is always bad, but it's, like, you gotta take care of yourself, because you can't rely on other people to take care of yourself, because no one will know your needs better than yourself. That's why asserting yourself, getting to know yourself, communication are very important. You can't put your life and your health in the hands of other people. Like, you have to be the one to take care of that. Venting and problem solving are two different conversations. Yes, 100%. Important to set expectations on what you're wanting. Yes. I think it's good also, like, to get into the habit of, like, if people come to you about something, it'll never hurt. You know, it's like to just ask, like, information, asking questions like that, where it's like, okay, like, I understand, like, the situation. Are you just venting, or, like, do you want, like, advice on how to solve this? Because I feel like it can be really invalidating if you're just trying to complain about a problem and someone's trying to give you solutions and you're like, I don't care about the solutions right now, like I just need to get like these feelings off my chest, I just feel frustrated and I want someone to hear how frustrated I am so that I just don't feel like I'm going crazy in my own head, you know, like sometimes giving advice can be very like harmful in that situation. And it can be really frustrating too if you're seeking advice and people are just kind of like, oh yeah, that sucks, and they just like aren't, you know, like it's defining like what you need when you're communicating with someone is really important, and also seeking that clarification to figure out what they're like looking for in that conversation. Like it's good to be proactive and clarifying both, you know? Brother gave you this leftover quesadilla earlier, that gave you a dopamine boost? Yo, hell yeah. Food is great. And really honestly, like that's why food addictions, problems around food can kind of happen sometimes too, because food does give us a lot of comfort. But yeah. Not sure if you remember, but I told you how I reported this creep at my job. I do remember you mentioning that. How did that happen, Hale? How did it like unfold? I'm really glad that you reported them. Hello, Neon Rabbit, welcome in. It took time for you to even trust her when you just met her IRL last year during COVID. The bonds moment, her trusting me to be around, to be yourself, the conversations we have as our future, and now we're discussing with businesses and other objectives that we're planning to make opportunities. It's good to have, you know, people like that. And I think trust is always very tricky. Everyone has a different, you know, it takes everyone like a different amount of time to like build up to trusting other people depending on like their own life experiences. And I don't think it's ever like a bad thing. Like time is always good. And even then, I think it's always important to be understanding of like, for as long as you've like known someone too, like it's not necessarily like the quantity of time, but like the quality of like how much like you've really talked to each other and gone to know each other and like connect. I think that determines the quality of like your relationship. I'm your boundary queen. I said such a good example. Oh my god, thanks. There's too many issues in my life where it's just like, I have to be better about this stuff. So I have to be better about enforcing them. It's hard standing up for myself, but like I will always advocate for people to set healthy boundaries. It's so important. And that's something that's always like, especially with this holiday season coming up, I know so many people have a really difficult time setting boundaries with family too. Going back to like confrontation and like how a lot of people, you know, grew up servicing parents in a sense of like doing things to help out their parents to be seen as a good kid, whether it's raking in achievements, getting good grades, etc. You are bringing value by providing some form of success, you know? So setting boundaries, that's a really hard thing. So if you guys want to explore that more, just let me know. We can talk about that. When people can't take advice, it's always really hard. Sometimes all people want to do is just kind of like complain. And then, you know, again, remember that you cannot change people. Like, if people just come to you all the time, like, venting and everything, I feel like it's important to reevaluate the friendship that you have with them. Hello, Cindy. That's what you tell your brothers. You're not selfish. You just think about yourself since no one else will. It's important. There's always a balance to it. But, you know, sometimes it's just, like, what you have to do. You've accepted the fact that you're stubborn. I am also a stubborn person. So I feel like, you know, it's important to recognize that you can be stubborn about these things and try to work around it at times. And, you know, even if it's like you know, we can't always be flexible, but as long as you're like aware of it, and in times where you don't budge, I think it's good to kind of like think about it and wonder if it's worth being stubborn. Oh, he got fired? I'm glad he's no longer there. Hale, that's good. It's the best food day in a while yesterday. Food's so good. The best thing about Thanksgiving. They're looking scrumptious and delicious. Those cookies look great. Trust is hard. You've had to learn to not trust people since you give so many people full trust and let no bad experience color your approach to new people. Yeah, that's something that I've been thinking about a lot. Because I feel like so much of my life, because in my childhood, I felt like I didn't really have like a lot of friends, and the idea of like having friends was something that I really valued and was like, I assigned so much importance to it for me, where it was just like having friends was something that was very important to me. So I feel like I wasn't very particular about the types of people that I was friends with necessarily. Like I always wanted to believe in people and believe in the best in people. But of course, that doesn't always work. Like, as much as you want to trust people, there are people who just aren't going to be on the same wavelength. Like, as you, no matter how much you might want someone to be better, again, your perception of people a lot of the time tends to be, like, how you think people will grow is the idea of the potential that you see if you were in their position. And it's important to recognize that and see people as they are and accept them as they are and to not expect anything more or less. Let people show up and show you who they are and don't sugarcoat it, you know? That's the thing. And just like being critical, again, you know, boundary setting, it all like interlinks together. Because I had some really bad experiences of like someone who a lot of like our friendship was just like emotional dumping because like she would get herself into these situations where she was unhappy, but she wouldn't take the steps to get out of it and would just kind of be upset. And then like there would be things like a friend like developed a crush on her and she became like really disgusted and like wanted to cut him out, just like unhealthy things. And I would hear, you know, there were issues of like jealousy and stuff. And then unsurprisingly, like she eventually like went on to betray my trust. And it's like important because it's like, if I paid attention to these signs, I probably wouldn't be, you know, like in that position. But it happened. That's how we learn. Lesson learned. Ramen from a fave local spot with your cousins? Hell yeah. Then you baked cookies. Another made their cafe de olla. Ordered vanilla ice cream from Fossilman's. Oh wow. Oh god, family boundaries? Yeah, it's really hard to put boundaries with your family, you know? I feel like when it comes to family, there's a lot of expectations and they aren't always realistic or appropriate. Yeah, family's super tricky. I think because of our societal view on family and our own upbringing and everything. It's so complicated. Family stuff is really, really hard. People think you have to treat blood relatives like they're on a pedestal, but they may not necessarily deserve that. Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like one of the universal things that a lot of people have a hard time grappling with, if they grapple with the topic at all, is, I mean, like, a lot of people, the first step is understanding that your parents aren't gods. Because, like, when you grow up, your parents are the top authority. And then, like, when you grow up, eventually you learn that they are not the top authority, you know, like, and then coming to terms with the fact that your parents are only human, I think that's something that not a lot of people, I don't know. I could be wrong, of course. I still have a lot to learn. But I think that's something that a lot of people, I feel, have a hard time grappling with. Is like understanding and forgiving their parents for being human. It's hard. And knowing that like they didn't know anything when they had you. Probably, most likely. And they did their best. And forgiving them for what they did, even though it might not have been the best, it was their best. A lot of Asian families, it's difficult to set boundaries. They take it so personally. Yeah, 100%. And the taking things personally thing is hard because it's like your actions reflect who you are as a person. It's not a reflection of you. You mean in your space and on your spine all the time? Yeah. And like that I feel like is so difficult because it's like if you set a boundary, they become insulted and it's like you sort of feel responsible for like their feelings, but it's like, and that's the hard thing with boundary setting is like when you set a boundary, people take it personally and they think it's like you're trying to like discriminate against them or push them away in some way. But it's like, again, it's like it's not about that. It's just about you preserving yourself, taking care of yourself. And like some people just kind of need to understand, like, and you know, it's important to understand that it's like, it's not your fault for setting that boundary. It's just that they are incapable of understanding that it's not about them. It's about preserving your mental health, you know? You're deaf stubborn. You're stubborn too? Yeah. Relatives are human and just as easy to excommunicate as the next. Being stubborn doesn't have to be a negative trait. You just have to be self-aware and mindful. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's like in moderation. Like, I don't think it necessarily has to be a bad thing. And you know, there's always two sides to something. Good friends are so important. The quality of your friendships is so important. The people you surround yourself with, people's values, you know? 100% you're the cut you off if you're a bad person, queen. Blood may be thicker than water, but family's not a bond by blood. Isn't that like, the full quote of that is like, blood may be thicker than water, but something covenant. The word covenant's in there. It's a Halo. You've never had trust issues. Family can be anything you make of it. The most important is feeling safe and accepted. Yes. Having a safe space is incredibly important. You have to have people you feel safe, like, talking to, being with. You have to have a place where you can let down your guard and be vulnerable. Somewhere is so important. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Safety is like one of the foundational ones. You can't progress as a human being if you don't feel safe. You have to find your people. Have to find your people. It's hard, but you have to find them. Mom was sad when you excommunicated your bio dad. You set your boundaries with him, told him what would happen if you couldn't respect them. He continued to be abusive, so you cut him off. Yes, sir, if it's a partner or friend, she would want you to keep the relationship. Surprise, the answer is no. Yeah, and it's like hard. I'm no contact with my mother. I haven't spoken to her in 3 years. Sometimes you do what you have to do. But I mean, like, I didn't set boundaries, I just kind of bounced. But I had a lot to learn back then. We may be approaching a time where eventually I may see about what potential contact may be to see what she is like, but it is hard. It's important to make decisions about relationships in your life. You have a right to not communicate with people if you feel like they are hurtful or harmful to you. Believing in the best of people, wanting friends. Yeah, made you do a lot of the same, where you weren't exactly picky about anyone. Definitely had a lot of abusive people's friends. Yeah. People would blow up on you. They'll tend to take advantage because you like to help them. Displace their anger, constantly block, delete you, and come back like it was nothing. Yep. I remember in high school, I woke up in the middle of the night to a bunch of people that I thought were like my best friends talking shit about me. Like, sucks. Think it's backwards to give family a free pass when they should be the ones treating you well. Yeah. I feel like it's hard, but I think that family are the people that we should hold, like, I don't know. We should hold everyone accountable. I was gonna say especially family, but that's hard, you know? Need to head out morning errands? Okay. Thank you for being here, Nolly. If you're still around, I hope to see you around again soon. 100%. In fact, blood relatives should be held more accountable for their actions for just that. Yeah, that's what it's okay to disagree with them. Sometimes kids have kids. Oh, yeah. You choose who you spend time with and who you put your energy into. Chosen family is just as much family as blood family. 100%. Families are composed of humans. And we are all human, you know? You also have a really strong feeling against the mentality of we have birthed you, so you owe us. Oh, we gave birth to you. Yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of that is like a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Entitled to like your life kind of mindset. I feel like it's very unhealthy. 100 to tell our family that we all need to treat your sister with more respect and not dismiss her feelings, because a lot of us did that to her and she deserves so much better. That's good. I think that's admirable. I think it's really important to, you know, that's something that I think a lot of people, I think, like, you know, we all need to be better about that. It's like standing up for people, I think, is kind of like difficult. But if you, you know, if you see stuff's going not so great for someone, I think it's really powerful to step in and assert things like that. Food for thought. Your dad ran from home when he was 15 and joined a rock band. Oh, wow. Got some stories. I know what quote you mean, but that's not where you're going. Oh, I see. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. I see. Random shout out to all of Avalanche for helping me enjoy video games again. Hell yeah, dude. You haven't too much mobile emotes already? I'm so sorry. Hello, Soul Red. You hold family accountable. They know all your secrets. What secrets? Being backstabbed by your friend is the worst. Choose your friends wisely. Trauma that you can never forget. Have to head to work? Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so behind, Argentum. I hope work goes well for you. You deserve people to treat you well, and if your family isn't that, it's good you set that boundary for them to be far from you. Also, yeah, a bazillion%. The whole horrible people taking advantage of your kindness, yeah, it's hard. That's why you gotta be careful. As much as you can. But it's hard. If you roll over a lot, to find the people that won't force you to roll over, that will respect your agency and listen to you. Always listen. They got all your baby pictures, the good ones and the bad. Heard the story about the quote? Oh, yes. Thank you, Steph. So I haven't opened up about being non-binary or bi with any of them. Don't think anyone will understand. And I think that's totally fine. The thing is, too, is that, like, you know, I think it's important to understand that, like, you don't necessarily owe anyone anything either. you know, like, the time and energy that you choose to give to people based on your own, like, moral system. I think it's important. You know, you define what you do. You don't have to explain yourself to other people if it makes you feel, like, unsafe or anything, you know? It is your life. You choose to do what you are comfortable with. So much for your bag. Welcome back, Derby. What's up? Posted it. Some people get really good at manipulating others. Yes. God. I feel like my entire life is just like trying to pinpoint manipulation when it happens and sidestepping it. I feel like I am always running into manipulation, and it's so frustrating. I feel like I'm getting more and more allergic to it over the years. I think it's like unfair to try to manipulate people. Like, there's a difference between manipulation and boundary setting. Boundary setting is when you're telling people, like, hey, this thing makes me uncomfortable, therefore I will not engage in it. I will bow out if I see it, like, occur, or something to that matter. Like, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to be around this. If this occurs, I will leave. You know, like this boundary that I'm drawing, this line in the sand. This will not happen. Please understand if this occurs, some sort of removal will happen. It has nothing to do with, you know, that you cross the boundary or anything. Like, it happens. I ask you to not cross this line. If you cross this line, there is a consequence to the action. That's all. I think if you're mature enough, depending on, like, what is being done, of course, like, you don't necessarily have to be, like, emotional about it, too. Like, but, you know, it depends, of course. All situations are different. Everything's flexible. It's hard to say. Think of it as people who are patient and kind breaks your heart, because those kind people will break too. People are only patient for so long. And, like, you know, people who are, like, kind, you know, the hand helping other people, if it is, you know, I don't know, bitten too many times or something. People will pull their hands back. It's a sad society in that way. We should help each other more. You look so cute today. Oh, thank you, Queendom Come. Oh, I'm sure you're cute too, Plume. It's okay. I love me. I am a sad, broken person. It happens to many people, and I've not been able to keep up the best treatment. Yeah. It's something that I've definitely noticed over the years too, is that, like, you're just losing mileage on your niceness. It's like, yeah, maybe Steph back in 2018 would have been capable of doing these things. Every year that goes by, everything that I go through, it's just like, I'm too tired, and no one deserves that from me anymore. I am now holding that onto myself. There's no point in me engaging in this behavior anymore. You know? Sometimes these things happen. And that's growth and change. That's just how it is. I'm retreating further into my shell. More energy for me, less energy for you. Because I guess it's like that energy is just carrying that baggage now. Trying really hard to unpack it, but you can't erase scars. Bruh, it's also super shitty when you realize when your parents does a lot of subtle and terrible emotionally manipulative things. Yeah. Generational trauma is a very real thing. And I feel like I've read so many posts about how people are like, oh, like, we're having, like, this awakening of generational trauma. But I think that's true. I do really much believe in, like, in Nicole LePera's book, How to Do the Work. She talks a lot about how a lot of our behaviors and stuff that we know tends to be things that we've absorbed and learned in childhood that we apply because our parents and our family dynamic, like our household, our, like, base growing up, is, like, the blueprint for how we navigate life. Because a lot of it is, like, what we learned growing up in those situations sets the framework for how we operate and see things, like, in life, which is why expanding, you know, our views, traveling, etc. is always really good for expanding our viewpoint, because that's how we get out of that house that we grew up in for so many years. But your parents will parent you in the best way that they know how, and a lot of the time they will refer to their own childhoods and how they feel they grew up, etc. So that's why, like, understanding your own traumas, working on communication, helping other people, etc. is always really good in case you decide to have a family, because what happens a lot of the time from what I read is that, like, when people with unresolved trauma have kids, guess what comes back? All that unresolved trauma that, like, you never took the time to really, like, unpack, that you thought you were, like, okay with. It can be really hard. It is very much possible to break the cycle of generational trauma. It's not something that has to happen. It is a cycle. There are ways to fight against it. It's really hard to dismantle. It's a lot of work. And the thing is that, like, this is never something that's, like, you achieve it. It's not an achievement, you know, like in a video game. It's not something that you do and then you're done. It's like exercise. It's just something that you're always going to be working on. It is 100%. It's constant work. Like, it's just like, it's like communication, you know, you can always get better at it, like treating people, how you behave, etc. Your life, you know, how you take care and how you do things. It's just always gonna be like an ongoing thing. How we treat others is a reflection of what we've learned in our own lives. You know, people aren't born knowing how to treat other people. You know, people aren't born knowing how to be nice or mean. It's what we see and what we know growing up. So that's why it's important to recognize unhealthy things or things that are harmful that we may engage in. That's why, again, nonviolent communication is very important. Just like understanding things that could be harmful and trying to improve. This is something that I think is very important in life. Self-care.
Thank you.
Mobcast, thank you for the follow. Hi, howdy, welcome. Some people who have parents who really don't actually care. It's true. And that's really sad too, like if we go more into like broken families. We've got this friend who can't escape her home because all her income is being used by her mother. Oh, yeah. Pay rent and the mother doesn't feel like going back to work. That's awful. Oh, yeah, that's really hard. Your friend feels obligated to take care of her younger siblings as well. Even though one of her siblings and her own mother constantly berate her, insults her, and talk about her weight. Oh, God. That is awful. That's hard when you have, like, familial obligations like that. I feel like that's something that can be really difficult. I had a friend who he was like the firstborn, and his mom, I don't remember what it was, but she had another husband. Like, I forget what happened to his birth dad, but his mom remarried, and then we
Got a selection
have children.
of good things on sale, stranger.
Thank you, Spooky Steve, for the host. Also, hello, welcome in, Theory, Steve, and hi, Mobcast. But yeah, so his mom just like constantly had kids and then just like wouldn't take care of him and made my friend feel like he always had to take care of his siblings at the cost of like him growing up. This was like in high school. He was constantly having to take care of like his half sisters and stuff like that. And if he like wouldn't, or if he tried to like do things to like hang out with us, like go to a convention for a weekend, his mom would get super pissed at him for it, and it's just like unfair. And it was hard for him to leave because it's like if he left, he wasn't really sure who would like take care of them. Like stuff like that could be really, really hard. Because it's some manipulation. Honestly, it's holding these things that you value against other people, and that's unfair. Shocked to say the least, but your friend is like 27, has no way to leave. That's awful. Stuff like that, I feel like is really difficult because it's like you're holding someone's like kindness and goodwill against them. It's awful. Father's out of the picture. I only acknowledges the abusive younger brother. Oh man, that's messed up. Your mom tried to lay all kinds of BS on you went for a long time. Then around pandemic time, you said enough. Again, boundaries are important. Examining, you know, where your energy goes, the people that you keep in your life, especially family alike. You don't, like, even if they're family, I'm very strong in believing, like, you don't necessarily owe them anything. Like, if you don't enjoy, like, talking to them too much, then, like, you don't have to bend over backwards to give them your time. I know it can be hard, because, you know, people tend to have the idea like, oh, like, I'm your mother, and you have to do this, etc. But like, it's so hard because it's like, I mean, they may be your mother, but they're still just another human being, and you deserve respect. Even worse, yet another plug for nonviolent communication. There are tons of instances where he asks things of people when they're really just demands in disguise. I really want to read that book. Gosh. Because it's true, like, and that was something that I know, like, in retail, that was something that I feel like I got really good at, like, kind of like asking in retail where it's just kind of like, the nice way of ordering people around is like, can you take these, like, hangers over, like, to the caddy over there? And if they say no, it's like, well, you're not supposed to say no. And it's always hard. Be mindful of that. I don't think I necessarily do that in my own life, though. But it's just like, that's definitely like a way to communicate with people. I always feel bad asking people for help, though. I feel like I have very tricky, like, I don't know how to ask for help because I feel like I'm always a burden of problems. In this past year, you've accepted yourself when it comes to family. When you're around them, you find yourself dressing more to what they might consider normal out of safety. It is difficult because it's like your goal is safety first, then acceptance, you know? Like, you're not going to, like, being in a space, like, you're always going to prioritize that you feel safer in that space. Even if you don't necessarily, like, feel accepted, you can stealth in a space to feel safer. You know, it's difficult. It's hard. You've been thinking about the boundary setting and parenting and setting an example for children a lot recently. I understand. You always hated that sentence? Wait, which sentence, Joseph? You only hear from your friend now once every few months because she doesn't have enough money to breathe or live or desire to talk to anyone more than once or twice a year? That is so sad! And there's no way that she can leave? Like, oh, the mom one? I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, knowing you, like, you don't know anything to owe anyone! Like, as much as it is, because it's like, that might be the label, but, like, honestly, the people's behavior is what should define things for you. Like, I feel like you should always have, like, if you don't feel good, if you don't feel safe, like, if things change, you know, things are always changing. If you feel, like, unsafe or anything, you should always have the right to revoke things. A lot more comfortable, bring more of that to your family, hopefully. Or, you know, I think also, like, don't feel obligated. Like, you don't have to be understood by family in order to be valid, as long as the circle that you hold important understands. Feel your mom taught you how to be nice to people, but not how to set boundaries? Yeah, it's really hard. I don't think my mom had any sense of boundaries, like, whatsoever. Reading How to Do the Work by Nicola Pera, again, plugging that book. That book definitely talks a lot about, like, things like that, where it's like, I didn't have really any sort of, like, boundary with my mom on, like, a lot of things that really, like, messed me up for the rest of my life, dealing with, like, a lot of things until I feel like I was finally able to get them a little bit more under control in the last, like, year or so. Especially with, like, people-pleasing. You could really drag yourself through the mud if you're a people-pleaser. It's hard. Like, because, like, from the get-go, it's, like, these are things that make you, like, prime targets for, like, people who are, like, for abusers, basically. Like, it's really easy to let people take advantage of you if you were, like, a people-pleaser, fawn type of person. It's so hard. And it's hard because it's, like, your parents might have had, like, the best intent, but unfortunately, because that is the way that you were, like, had grown up approaching the world, like, it makes you super susceptible, you know? You're not a burden, you're so concerned in so many ways. Thanks! It's really hard! I'm working on it. Remain safe in your interactions? Yes. Asking for help, something you're still working on and haven't improving? It's so hard! Asking for help is always seen as, like, a weakness. Hello, P-bots! Worst case scenario, you can hijack and be your new permanent family? She called you property? I feel like that's so fucked up. Like, you're nobody's property. I feel like it's really important to, like, understand and assert and, like, know. It's hard because it's like people will say things to you and without knowing it, you can internalize it. Because, like, I've had so many things. Like, there's a lot of things, especially something that I found I was doing when I lived in an abusive environment I would internalize abusive things that were said to me, I'm pretty sure, in order to justify continuing the abuse. I felt like I deserved the abuse, so I stayed in that environment. Super fucked up. Don't do that. Try to be aware if that happens. It's never justifiable for people to degrade you. You always, it doesn't matter if someone's screaming at you that you don't deserve respect because you live under their roof. You automatically deserve respect because you're a human being. If anyone tells you shit like that, you better get the fuck out. Like, everyone deserves respect. No one should be telling you that respect is conditional. Like, as human being, you have respect. That shit always makes me so good. Some parents are really not trying to be parents in a loving way. Yeah. Parents is always so difficult because a lot of the time it's like, they'll see you as property or like vessels for them to live another life instead of as a human being, you know? Boy, that's rough. Yeah. Human being with feelings. Yes, the fawn response is so real. That's so devastating. A fawn response is so... makes me so frustrated. And again, falling back to boundaries, I'm always... Please. Give yourself boundaries. Recognize where you don't feel comfortable and do not put yourself in situations where you feel uncomfortable. Walk away. You have the power to walk away. Even if you feel powerless. Like, that's what's so hard is like the agency. You're always afraid of being in trouble in any sort of way. Increased anxiety because you never want to do anything wrong. Learning not to be ashamed to ask for help. One question you ask yourself that helps when working is, should I know how to do this? Did I have training on it? If you can answer honestly no, you don't feel bad asking for help. That's smart. I feel like that's a good way of approaching that. I don't think it's a bad thing to try to ask for help. Like, I feel like it is unfair to try to think that we should be any type of way. I feel like if we hold ourselves to a standard, I feel like that's more harmful than just holding ourselves to trying our best. I think trying our best is a much more healthy and flexible way of approaching our day-to-day instead of being like, I should be X, I should be Y, I should be Z. Just try your best to be kind, you know? Caring. Should I sense arguments that way? That's fucked. Like, your opinions, your thoughts, your views are valid. It's not the worst case. Everyone here is nice and understanding, so it seems like the best one. Yes, humans deserve respect as a baseline. Yeah. Do you do that too with your new job and thinking of these things now in your current position? You do think and ask yourself on the job. You think respect is conditional? You wouldn't give someone shady respect? I mean, like, I don't know. This ties a lot into, like, the trust thing. Like, it depends on, like, what your definition of, like, shady is. Too, you know? The worst case, because all we do is uplift and love here. It's only up from here. Because, like, I mean, like, it depends on shady. Like, if someone seems like they have, like, an intent to harm, then I feel like that's, like, a different situation. If someone's clearly disrespecting you, then I feel like you don't, then at that point, of course, you don't, like, owe them respect. If someone's trying to harm you, like, of course, it's like, well, you shouldn't be like, oh, respect your personhood while you have, like, a knife at my throat, of course. But it's just, like, speaking as, like, in the way of, like, the way that people are treating you, hopefully you are always being treated with respect. And hopefully you know, you are behaving in that way. I speak from this experience, Bobcast, because it's, I've had situations where abusive people have told me, you live under my roof, therefore I decide whether or not you deserve, like, respect. Like, living under my roof doesn't mean that you always have, like, respect. It's very, I think that's kind of, like, fucked up, you know? So to be seen full and completely as a person, whether that is while growing up or already grown, yes. Red Bull. Super helpful question. Oh yeah. People pleaser thing's such a challenge. It's easy to forget that you can't help others unless you help yourself first. Yeah. Totally. I feel like respect's the baseline but can be revoked based on behavior. I agree. I don't think that it needs to be earned to like begin with either. Like, I feel like we should hopefully be approaching each other with the idea that we will like a baseline respect other people. But I know that it's hard too because a lot of that ties into like culturally, like growing up. you know, like this situation that like situations you experience growing up too, you know, like living in like safe or like unsafe neighborhoods, I think can really impact how you go about like in life too. So it's complicated, but I feel like ideally, of course, we can trend towards being safer and trusting each other more, hopefully. It's more conducive to a happier, healthier society.
Thank you.
Ace Windu, not to be confused with Mace Windu, thank you for the follow. I agree that's not cool. Landlords shouldn't hold things over people like that. Yet. 100%. Holding your safety as a conditional is really, really fucked up. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't threaten people. Your wait, your dad. The world is a much different place than when you're 15 years old. Oh yeah. Have you heard the thing about some people thinking respect is mutual, but other people thinking of it as a status thing? I think I know what you're talking about. I saw something about it on Twitter that was talking about it, and I feel like it was very important in the situations that I've gone in my life with like abusive people, where respecting one another as like human beings is important, but some people think of respect as like a sign of status, like a sign of like being respected as a position of authority. And like some people, their idea of respect tends to stem from the idea of like, you respect me as an authority and you respect my word. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Instead of like where it's like, if you do not respect me as an authority figure, I won't respect you as a person. That's a fucked up mentality. That's the mentality you have to watch out for. Because for some people, that's what respect means. Stay away from that. Don't date that. That's bad. You have to tell your dad the same thing. Yeah, things change. Society changes. I mean, especially, I feel like, I don't know. These past 30 years, I guess I'll say too, I really feel like, with like internet and technology, the world has changed so much. The internet hasn't existed for that long, you know. Phones, smartphones, very new. 100 years ago? Did we have a telephone 100 years ago? I'm sure we did. Did we? No, it's probably got to be within the last 100 years, right? Crazy. Lots of things changed. Yeah, so we're talking about real scary. There were some real assholes out there. Dating anyone like that is a no. Oh, yes. It's a dark flag. It ain't even red. It's real bad. Only since the 70s. Yeah! Thanks, BBH. Crazy. There's a lot of things that change. Pitch black flag, yeah. That is like a skull and crossbones imminent death flag. Respect's a really weird topic, and I don't think you fully internalized what that word amounts to yet. You want people in your life, hopefully, to like understand and recognize the agency of other people and allow them to make decisions for themselves. Like, people are not pawns to be controlled. Everyone is living their own individual life. No one owes you anything. You don't owe anyone anything. You know, like, there's so much that I've, like, with this, where it's, like, what your idea of, like, good and everything is, it's, you do not inflict your sense of justice on other people, you know? 1876 is when phones were invented, according to Google. Oh, I see. Telephones? I was like, I feel like they had them. They probably weren't, like, as good as they are now that we have, like, satellites. But yeah. People are free to make their own mistakes as well. Yeah. I think it's also important to recognize that it's, like, you're also not responsible for anyone. Like, sometimes people just need to make these mistakes. As well. You know, and I feel like that kind of ties in with, like, parenthood, because I think that a lot of the time, like, sometimes parents come off as controlling to children, and sometimes we can come off as controlling to friends, because it's like you understand that there's a mistake that they could be making, but the thing is that, like, in life, sometimes people need to make those mistakes, and your job isn't necessarily to prevent them from making the mistakes, but to make sure that they're safe, you know, and can recover after learning their lesson. You know, like, you can't force people to learn things. Some circles where people will show respect on appearance, behind their back they'll shit on them for their shortcomings. status as like a sign, status and authority for like respect. I think doing anything behind people's back, of course, like I'm sure we can all agree, is like so shady. It's like, again, just like the intent of like when you're communicating with people, being upfront. And I feel, you know, judging people based on like appearances and status and stuff like that is reflective of yourself and not them. Like judging people based on what their like material possessions are, what they have to offer, is a reflection of you and your view on the world. It doesn't mean anything ill like on these people just because they don't meet up to whatever artificial standards you come up in your head, you know. Statusing for some people, respect is correlated to merit, especially in finance and FANG companies. Yeah. More nonviolent communication stuff. You can get your point across by relating it to your feelings and respectfully making a request based on that as a way to give feedback, but respecting boundaries is also critical. Can you give me an example? I'm curious to hear more about that. I want to make sure I understand. I really need this like nonviolent communication book. I really want to read it. Stuff like that I think is always very fascinating to me. I'm a big proponent of like, because I have a lot of, I don't know if, you know, do you guys also hold a lot of like value when it comes to like communicating? I feel like if I'm ever like, if I ask things from people, or if I feel it conflicting, I don't know, if I do anything that I feel like could potentially be a problem, whether it's like bringing up my emotions, making a request, etc., or anything, I feel like so hyper aware. I feel like I'm like going at my words with like a pair of tweezers under a microscope very carefully, is like the general approach that I tend to feel a lot of the time, depending on the severity of the request, of course. But it's like a lot of the time it's like, ugh, I feel like I'm trying really hard to be like non-aggressive, like non-like. A lot of this stems back to this guy that I dated back in high school. It's just kind of like so much of my life now I've gone through. It's like I'm trying really hard to not obligate people into doing anything. But again, your actions are your own. You're responsible for your own behavior. So it's just like I just try to be as like nice and clear about what I am requesting or communicating. Where it's like I am wondering if, you know, party can do X, Y, Z. If not, of course, that's totally okay. It is just a request that I have. What always bites me in the ass is if people complain after they help. I'm always like, okay, then I regret asking. I will never ask again. Oh wait. If a friend is around, you can say it really frustrates me, I get really upset with stop or wait. Oh, I see. Judgment on people's appearances, what they do, career, financial status, etc. is all really bullshit. 100%! Clout? Fake internet points? Boo. We live in a world where some of the greatest people are just born or live in really crap circumstances. It doesn't cost a thing to be kind or to respect others who don't have it at all. Yes, I agree. Universally, we're all suffering. We're all having a time. I don't think anyone in here can say that they're 100% happy. I wish we could. Things are like good, but most people, most of the time are not completely, you know, happy with everything. You know, like there's the pandemic's still going on. We might be post-lockdown, but the pandemic's still going on. Like, we're going to the holiday season. There's the Great Resignation happening. There's so much happening. And I feel like the least we can do is try to be kind to one another. Yeah, Omicron. Watch out for that other variant. And when it comes to respect or words that have constantly had changes in how they're viewed, has less to do with what it actually is, but more on how majority views and whether fortunate or unfortunate always changes. And it's you to find what words mean really and share it? Wait, what do you mean? Can you clarify? True. You had an issue with a friend who would tell me we had plans to make you feel obligated to do something if you didn't already have plans? Oh, they would just tell you? They wouldn't consult you? Boy, you're a people pleaser, so you don't forget how to set the boundary about how you'd want to communicate about plans? Excuse me, I am positive and perfect 100% of the time. That's why social media is so toxic sometimes. The Instagram, like, I live a perfect life. Woo, I hit my monitor, whoops. Again, ties back into, can't we just, like, be bad at things and have fun? We don't have to, I mean, I don't know. What if we just, like, glorified having bad skills. Look at me, I'm a bad dancer, but at least I'm having fun. Would that lighten it, or would the inherent glorification make it a problem? Oh, Instagram's totally the highlight reel, you know? Would the monitor do nothing? I'm just waving my hands around. At least your name is. Would you like a suggestion for that issue, or is that a past issue? Amy. Bad, but fun. Yes. Like singing. I feel like it ties into being able to laugh at yourself. You know, there's this inherent, like, being bad at something, but as long as you, like, enjoy it sort of thing, where it's like, a lot of it is also tied into, like, if you have that capacity to forgive yourself for not being good, too. It all ties in together. Everyone in this space, it's difficult, because it's like you're feeling a little more vulnerable, you know? You would like to be bad at things and not have to present as pretty just to be loved or adored or spoken to. Oh god, that reminds me of like, did you guys, any other fellas in there have any issues with body imagery and stuff like that with social media online? Because there was a good period of my life where it was like where my self-esteem regarding my self-appearance was fucking the worst in my life, I can easily say. And it was like, I don't think there was ever anything that I ever posted online that wasn't edited and filtered and like liquefied. Felt like hell. I hated how I looked, and I picked myself apart all the time. Boy. I have a lot of feelings about like, celebrating our imperfections as human beings. Like skin texture. That's something I really enjoy about the Yakuza series, for example. Because I think it's really important to recognize that we are human and have these things. And it's fine, it makes us great and special and unique. Damn it. Yeah. Suggestions are welcome, but you're scared to set boundaries? That makes me so sad. You should, as much as possible, you shouldn't be in a place where you are scared to set boundaries. You deserve safety, you know? Cherry pick an example from the book, because the one you gave wasn't super duper on point. It's all good, Derpy, it's all good. Friends dealing with a friend like that, it's really hard for her to do this too. She texted you one time, let's have dinner this week, Wednesday or Thursday. Guess you have to pick one, no option for... Put the option there yourself. It's okay. It's hard. So, the thing about change that's really difficult is change means stepping out of your comfort zone and doing something new. It's really hard. So it can feel like the most that we can do to kind of like help is like very non-aggressive. That's how I kind of try to circumvent these things, is that I try to, this is where I'm like, okay, here's the microscope, here's my tweezers, I am arranging a sentence to be as non-aggressive and kind as possible, so that if someone else gets mad, it's like, well, I expended all that energy on being very non-aggressive and neutral and like welcoming, understanding, etc. And if they get upset, then it's like, well, you know, that's probably just a reflection on them because I did the best I could to try to communicate. And if they're upset over this, then it's, well, I need you to respect my time, you know? But my recommendation for that sort of thing would be like, this week isn't looking so good for me. Try to, you know, what would be better for you is the question, you know, like, if you don't have time for dinner this week, would next week be better? Maybe instead of doing outright no, you could also try suggesting an alternative that works better for you. If you can, you know, maybe saying like, this week isn't looking so good for me. How about, you know, Monday or Thursday next week as like an alternative, so that it's not like so that it's not quite like a hard no, but sort of like a not this, but here's this, so that it's, you know, it's like you're not shutting them down. It's like because at least in this sense, it might be a little bit easier to do than just a straight no, because at least in this sense, when you're putting your foot down a little bit in your own, you know, like it's more on your own terms instead of letting them have like total control over like planning. It's like you're now putting your foot down and asserting yourself in the decision-making process. So it's better stuff. It's gonna be hard.
Thank you.
Fry V, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Body image and social media right now is it's always been bad, but it still is awful. I hate it. People can't separate the potential shame that comes from not being good at trying something new. I feel like there's like this shame that is so ingrained in being not good at things. You know, like the Instagram post earlier, like singing, writing, dancing, things that we used to do to express joy, or like now we feel ashamed for doing it if we're not good at it. But it's like, you know, like if you think of like karaoke or like dancing, at least for me, like when I think about like doing these things, if I'm scared to do it, it's because I'm scared of being perceived as bad. And if I'm scared of being perceived as bad, it's because I'm scared people are going to make fun of me. So I think my thought process on this is like, if we create an environment where people will celebrate being bad and they will all join in together, it's like, you know, if we're more welcoming of it, would our mindset change? If we remove what causes the shame, which is each other, and instead celebrate, maybe you know, because it's like if you're in a safe space, if you're with friends that you feel really safe with, I think that shame disappears. It's like if you're in a setting where you don't know people, you don't feel safe, you don't want to express yourself in that way. That makes sense. You also never take photos of yourself, so you can't say that you have with that. I see. Don't need social media for that. Your family does enough for you. Hey, that's so sad. Your family shouldn't shame you. I also grew up with my family really nitpicking me as well, and I feel like it didn't really do me any favors going into social media. As a photographer, you're too lazy to get rid of the imperfections. I feel like, yeah, and then especially like with photography and editing too, I feel like there's kind of like a balance that can be achieved. It's rough. Don't even get me started on photo editing stuff. I know, SARS. I feel like we've had these conversations. I feel like people should look natural enough, but there's some things that, you know, it wouldn't hurt to touch up. Stray hair, for example. Literally every day you battle, we don't stop pushing to be who you want to be. It is hard. You got horribly fat shamed growing up. It makes me so sad. Like, people should not. Do not shame people. Say thanks for considering me, but I can't. You still hate your body? Not now? I hope not. I think it's important to be happy with the body that you have. It's what allows you to be here. You know, following a lot of body positivity influencers on Instagram has helped your body image so much. Yeah, I think something good that we can do is like curate our social media feeds with, you know, positive reinforcement. It can do good things for us. Want to blur your entire face out? Oh no! Change is so hard. Dad bod bike is cool. Love and accept yourself. Makes me almost not want to talk at all if you have to work that hard on sounding nice. Yeah, I totally understand. It's exhausting. Presenting solutions, not criticisms or rejections. That's true. It'd be interesting to see how badly these filters and touch-up tools are exacerbating society's self-image problems. Yeah. I'm curious, like, when we started, I don't know. Comparison is the root of evil. A lot of the time, you know? You want to be able to just say no with no explanation, but she always requires an explanation. So frustrating. It's hard when it's like, and it's hard to be like, because there's some things where it's like, do I need an explanation? How do you say that like nicely, you know? This sort of thing is always like, it's difficult to frame those in a less aggressive way. Also, hello, Victor. No worries. I hope the booster isn't kicking your butt too hard, you know? Change is fun and scary altogether, and sometimes for you feels like change feels slight and sometimes unnoticeable, but others always mention that there seem to actually be one. That's good. Good portion of influencers out there have the manic for surgery as well. It makes you want to do the same. I understand that. Hello, hello? Hi, Olag, what's up? And also, hello, Victor. I don't know if I said hello. If you like cats, cats have no shame. It's true. Cats have no shame. We love them as they are. That thought process is so relatable. On the same note, smartphones have made public shame even more complicated because the fear of being recorded, posted is also real. God, yes. Okay. I used to travel around a lot with someone who did vlogs, and it always frustrated me how they wouldn't ask for permission when like if they would do even like B-roll of like panning around. And it was something that always frustrated me. But like I could understand where it was like their argument for how they never asked for permission was like, well, they're in a public space. But I was always like, but I feel like even if it's like if you're just doing this small section, I feel like it'd be good to be like, hey, just to let you guys know I'm filming like a vlog. If you don't want, you know, your face to be shown on the vlog, make sure you turn away real quick and just, I don't know, being courteous about that. But I understand that it can be difficult if you're doing a lot of filming. It's hard to do that, but it's like, I don't know, complicated feelings on the vlog. In this day and age, people can whip out their phones, you can be recorded at any point in time, so, I don't know. But yeah. What my background and all the dope information is, I appear to be very knowledgeable. Thanks! I only really studied, I studied psychology. I have a bachelor's in psychology in college. So that's where a lot of, like, I feel like my more technical knowledge can kind of come from, but I do a lot of reading. I follow a lot of things. I'm just very passionate about this. I have a lot of books. I'm a grab stuff. So books that I recommend, we're bringing books out. I'm not even caught up on chat. There's a book that I haven't even read yet. I don't know what to do with it. Oh god, everything's falling over. There, I'll deal with that later. Normalize all the things. Remove shame. Shame only isolates. Ask a simple question. If you aren't happy with blank, what are you doing to change it? Even if it's just a little something. National Park and Space Instagram accounts. Who doesn't love to see a chalky bear? I think it's really good to have these like mental fillers. Like, or like feed fillers? I don't know what to call it. But like, I think it's good to follow, like I follow this like dark academia account on Twitter, and it's like, they post a lot. But a lot of the stuff they post is really aesthetic and nice, and it makes me really happy. And I just like seeing it. I think it's really important to find things that have aesthetic value and just enjoy them for the way that they are, like sunsets. I have friends who have no social battery, are just busy. Conversation reminds you of a friend you have who can be a joy kill. Energy vampire? Oh yeah. This is why batteries are important. It's important to assert yourself. Because it'll make you happier. And when you're happier, hopefully your friends will be happier too, you know? You know, having batteries and takes advantage of that. That sucks. Hopefully she's not doing that intentionally, you know? Hopefully it's just like, because, you know, like it's also not good if it's just like she's just gotten used to it and that's just how it is. But it's always worse when there's like intent to harm, you know? Watching a nephew play Spider-Man Miles Morales. You enjoy spending time with him? Aw. Can I ask how old your nephew is? I totally understand that. I feel very like, these last couple of years, because there's a stint of time where I was shamed from seeing my family. And then it was like I started, you know, freely spending time with my family again. And then I became very like, oh, my dad's getting old. And like, oh, I have a younger sister who's 18 years younger than me. So she's 9, she just turned 9. I'm like, oh my god, she's approaching double digits. And once, you know, those first 9 years, it's the only years of your life you were at single digits. And I was just like, oh god. Just getting so much older. Life and time. So, you know, just kind of always remembering these things. It's important to spend time with the people you love. Start putting up those boundaries even if it scares you. We believe! And you get a waiver and you get a waiver. Dr. Steph! I never got like I don't have a certificate or anything. I'm not a professional. Not a professional. I've just gone through a lot of shit too. Where does this advice come from? I've lived through a lot of really horrible situations. IMO. I didn't deserve him. You guys don't deserve horrible situations. It's important to recognize this. So many books? Okay, yeah. What is reading? Imagine reading? There's audiobooks too, guys! Enjoy reading on side note. Do you think you read too much? You know, being here, chatting, typing, you are reading these words on the screen. Never too late to search your boundaries, create new ones as you fit. Yeah. And I feel like it's important to have people that are flexible and understanding about these things. You know? Like, if you realize something makes you uncomfortable, and you come to a friend and you're like, hey, so I've realized that I'm actually really uncomfortable with this. So I'm gonna put a boundary on this. I would appreciate if these things didn't happen. And they let you know. I feel like it's really important to be supportive. Be like, oh, okay, cool, sure, I'll keep that in mind. Because like if, you know, like I feel like as much as possible, hopefully you have people in your life who want to curate a safe space with you. And then, you know, like your friends want to be a safe space where it's like you feel safe coming to them because you want to see them succeed in life. So it's like, hopefully you have people in your life that will be like, oh, like that makes you uncomfortable. I'm so sorry. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I feel like it's really important to have people like that instead of people who are like, why does that make you uncomfortable? Because it's like, people don't owe you explanations. Like, even if you understand, what are you gonna do about it? Like, they know their feelings are, it makes them uncomfortable. And it isn't for you to decide, like, that they just shouldn't be comfortable anymore. They're telling you how they feel, and you have to choose to respect that or not. And if people choose not to respect that, let's get out. You don't need that person in your life. He's 9, the younger one is 4. Oh, he's like the same age as my sister. Them and the nieces always be cooking you. Dude, kids are like that sometimes. They just kind of clown on you. That's how it is. And then one day they won't, and then you'll be looking back on when they used to clown on you. A laugh. When you go out, you need downtime for 3 days because social outings take your energy out. Yeah, I understand that. Got our friends who know what people can't just be always available all the time. I feel like you should respect people's time too. You know, your presence is a present. It's every day! I'm sorry, Olog. Don't be ashamed to listen to an audiobook, it still counts. Yeah, and the thing is too is that sometimes reading isn't for everyone. I grew up reading, so reading's always been a part of my life. But like, if you didn't really grow up reading, I feel like it's one of those things where it's kind of like, We do it casually every day. People read more than ever, but it's hard to sit down and consume a book. But that is exactly why audiobooks exist. And I know that there is an audiobook for one of these. Probably 2 of these. Maybe all 3. But they're out there. They're good alternatives. I have a really hard time with this for some reason. It's part of this weird I'm better than this complex that you have. Oh. That is always difficult. It's okay. Let yourself rest. Lay down, you know? Your version audiobooks for similar reasons. Yeah. It's the internal shaming and criticizing of the things that you do. It's good to fight back against that. Anyways, okay, books. So, this one I haven't really read. High Five Habit. Apparently this one's really good. This is yellow, so my green screen's freaking out. But apparently this is really good. High Five Habit. It's about high-fiving yourself in the mirror every day. Apparently it's like really good for self-esteem. But honestly, I've gotten a lot of mileage out of these 2 books. How to Do the Work by Dr. Nicole Pera. I think it's amazing. Let me see if I can. I've highlighted the shit out of this book. Oh, that's the back. But every single page has something highlighted. Pretty much. I am always highlighting. This is so useful. I am but this book's really good. So let me see. This book pretty aptly describes recognizing your patterns, heal from your past, and creating yourself, which I think is very useful. So this book I think is really good. I highly, highly recommend this book. She also has an Instagram, so I recommend following her on Instagram if you have an Instagram. Because I think that little doses of like the mindset to kind of reflect on throughout the day, you know, small moves to make big moves. I think there's a saying about that, but I can't think of it right now. But this is really good. I think this really helps. A lot of my journaling that I do is future self journaling, which was prompted. This is my little journal for future self journaling. Prompted by Dr. Nicole Pera's works. Yeah. Atomic habits? What are atomic habits? Like from family? Use them to help tag team some beefy books like Stormlight Archive series and A Song of Ice and Fire. Oh, Stormlight Archive. Any advice for controlling your thoughts from spiraling out of control, insecurities, feelings of unfairness, feeling sabotaged? I do have advice for stuff like that. For insecurity specifically, I'll start with that one because that's something that I've definitely dealt with. Insecurities, I think, is kind of like a 2-way street. There's the source and then there's yourself, you know, so with the source, it depends. If it's like a person or like something that makes you insecure, don't seek it out. There's something called emotional addiction. So if you've grown up feeling insecure, it's something to be very wary of. Emotional addiction is something that I think a lot of us deal with, but a lot of us aren't aware that we deal with. That's why we go back to bad habits. They suck. But yeah, stay away from things that make you insecure. If people's behaviors make you feel insecure, it's important to examine that further. Insecurities, like if you have thoughts about insecurities, it's like if it's you internally, like if you feel like things are like unfair, I feel like it's important to understand like where the feeling comes from. To like really eradicate this stuff, it's like, I feel like I'm a big proponent of like examining your childhood, examining where these things come from, because I think a lot of these things that we feel originate from situations in our childhood where our parents maybe made us feel insecure, or things were ruled not in our favor as a child, where we were punished like for something that we didn't feel we deserved to be punished for, or that other people ruined things for us. Like I feel like a lot of these things probably ultimately stem from childhood or otherwise specific or impactful events, and I think those are important to like identify. Like and like if a situation happens, I don't know, like maybe you submitted a report for work and you feel like I don't know, someone was looking at the stuff that you were doing and took some ideas from you, and like, I don't know, you feel like they might be better than you in some way. I feel like it's important to, there's a lot of things to unpack there, because it's like, it's important to examine like where a lot of these thoughts could potentially be coming from. Like what it is, like these things that make you feel this way, like what exactly is causing it? How do you feel this way? What is it specifically about the situation that makes you feel that way? I think it's important to like confront these things. And see like where they're coming from, and because like I think a lot of the time people are like denying their feelings, but I think it's important to kind of like confront them and kind of see like, I feel this way because, you know, like XYZ. Spiraling out of control specifically though, it's like it's important to like ground yourself, and just kind of like understand. A lot of it I think is like you have to be able to like step out of it and do breath work, and like I recommend like a degree of separation. That's why breath work can be good. A lot of it tends to come from like emotional responses, because like you tend to spiral due to an emotional response. Depending on the severity of it, it could be flooding, and a lot of it tends to come from being like feeling unsafe. So prevention is always going to be the best, because if you spiral, you're just doing damage control, right? So it's important to try to stop yourself from spiraling in the first place, and get yourself to a place, you know, like whether it's like you stop and like take a deep breath, because it's like you have to have that self-awareness if you feel like you're heading down that road, to like interrupt it and like take a deep breath and recognize the things that you're feeling and kind of confront them. Stop, I think. I don't know. Yeah, that's big brain, that's brain. Books are huge. Let me catch up really quick. How to do the work, but every time you go start reading it, you're intimidated. An accountability buddy for reading it? Come join. There's people reading things and checking in about reading them in our accountability buddy chat. Thanks for the recommends though, for real. I got you. Oh, Atomic Habits is another book you picked up about making small. Oh, Atomic Changes in Your Life to Make Gradual Improvements. I see. Atomic Habits is pretty good, very practical. Very excited for this read. Too many things in the reading backlog. I feel it. I hope you have a wonderful day at work, GD. Thank you for hanging out. It's not spiraling, it's to feel the feelings instead of thinking your feelings, drawing awareness of the sensation in the body. Yeah. Hello, Kamagachi. Flooding or stonewalling? Oh my god, it's so hard. Nervous system regulation? Yes. You hate breathing exercises, personally? Oh. I feel like breathing exercises can kind of help me. No worries. Thank you for hanging out, Jacob. I appreciate it. Charge your phone. Get some food. Enjoy it. And hopefully we'll see you again later. See? It's important to figure out healthy coping mechanisms. That's something that's kind of like important to tackle. There's a lot of them out there. For sure, definitely like feeling your feelings. Oh, you get anxiety attacks if you're too aware of your breathing? I see, that makes sense. If you can, breathing can be good, but of course, obviously these things don't necessarily work for everyone. Charge your phone, yours is always on 1%. Let me double check mine. Oh, thanks, Darren. I appreciate it. I'm not ending. I am, going to... Hold on. Oh, God.
Oh! Thank
Oh!
Ryan C. generously tipped $15.
Oh my gosh!
Thank you. We gotta get food.
Oh my god, the text-to-speech. Thank you, Ryan, for tipping $15. Thank you, guys, for hitting the support goal. I appreciate it. What was I gonna say? Gosh, yeah, flooding, stonewalling sucks. Oh, yeah, so it's important to figure out these things. Like, this stuff is like a process, too. It's always gonna be... Just keep in mind that, like, it's a process. It's like working out. I always try to go to that because more people are aware and more receptive to, like, I feel like gym metaphors because it's more physical and tangible. But I do think that it's like, it's important to imagine these things like that, where it's like you have to try a couple different workouts to see what works best for what you're trying to improve on. Icing is good to know. I heard that putting an ice cube in your mouth too, if you feel like you're going overwhelmed, can help. I remember reading something about it. I have it like on my phone. But there's things that you can do physically to interrupt like your mental process. It's really important. Because a lot of it is kind of like getting out of your head if you're like spiraling and getting kind of worked up. So ice for sure can help because it like interrupts, it like it kind of does like reset on your brain. Breathing I think can really help because for me what I notice is that like my breathing gets shallower when I'm like freaking out. So if I slow myself down and take like deep steady breaths in and like exhale, and then another thing that I do is I check in with my body to figure out where I'm holding tension. And a lot of the time I tend to clench like my fists, my shoulders get tense, you know, like I don't know if I like my face, but it's just like my body gets tense when I feel like I'm starting to get overwhelmed. So it's like if I catch that like with myself, if I notice that I'm starting to get really worked up, that's something where I'm like, okay, like this conversation, whatever is causing me to have this emotional reaction, I try to tell myself to like wait and like hold on, and I try to like do my deep breathing and check in with my body to like release the tension, and I give myself like affirmations in my head like, you're okay, it's okay, and I try to like become aware of like my emotions, like okay, we were feeling this way, and I try to like pick apart the situation because I tend to have like an activated emotional response, especially when I feel like I am being attacked verbally. I am pretty sure it's due to I think it's a trauma response. I'm like, that's what makes me the most susceptible to flooding, where my brain kind of like just shuts down. So trying to interrupt that process is always the key thing to try to do. Because if I start flooding, it's really, it's like trying to swim up a waterfall. It's like impossible. I just kind of have to like ride it out and then emotionally recover after. So it's really hard. Ice baby. And like working out, you want to always hit PRs? Yeah, exactly. Anything that brings you into your body, oh yeah, sometimes it's a grind. Ice, you mentioned to someone before that when you start having a crying spell or freaking out, maybe just stick ice on your cheek. Yeah, because like the cold temperature can like shock your body, and sometimes it can disrupt like what's happening like mentally. You didn't know that it happens to me? Yes. I have a lot of like trauma responses. So like things have been a little bit difficult for me lately sometimes. So like you'll know if I'm doing well if I'm not skipping streams. If I have like mental health days and stuff like that, sometimes it's just because like something very draining mentally happens to me and I don't have like the mental emotional capacity to show up or stream. But yeah. Tensing your muscles and releasing is so good too. Yeah, it helps bring you back more to like your body. Because I mean, like, I don't know. It's hard because it's like for me as an abuse survivor, someone who has trauma, I know a lot of the time like what happens to me is like I tend to mentally flash back into feeling unsafe, fight or flight, and it's just like what I'm trying to do a lot of the time in these situations, and what a lot of the root of trauma tends to be, and why I'm always like, oh, check in with your childhood, etc., is because like whether we realize it or not, we are revisiting periods of our life where we felt very unsafe. If we become pretty much triggered in otherwise normal like situations-ish. So that's why doing these things to ground ourselves in the present moment is very important, because we perceive feeling unsafe like we were when the original trauma occurred. accepting weeks where you backslip a little can be super hard. That is okay. So that's something to touch on that a little bit more. When it comes to healing and when it comes to growth, it is really, really important to understand that these things are not linear. Like, these are not things where it's not like when you think of like experience in a video game, how you just always accumulate experience and you level up and you're always going up. It's important to understand that healing isn't like you accumulate experience and then you're like healed, you know? Healing's not like like you're always going up. Healing's like some days you do better and some days you're just absolute dog shit, where it's like you can't keep anything together. That is completely okay. It's part of healing, and it's important to forgive yourself for that, because your best is going to look different every single day. Like, you will have, like, just because you have more energy to do things and be better on some days doesn't mean that the next day when you aren't capable of doing that same thing that you haven't made as much progress as you thought. That's just something that happens. Like, it's completely normal. You can't look at these things on like a day-to-day basis. Like, healing is something you gotta look at it like, I don't know, well, 1 month to like 3 months at a time within this span. Like, how are you feeling? Like, what's going on? Because if you look at it day-to-day, you're gonna tear yourself apart. Like, some days are just gonna be bad days. Some weeks might be bad weeks. But what's important is that you try. Like, that's the most important thing in healing and growth. You know. Thank you so much for listening to Chaz and I. Mental Health Monday is a great idea. Thank you. I appreciate you guys being here. There's so many people here hanging out. So, shout outs to everyone being here, hanging out, listening, of course. This is something that I feel so passionately about. I can't words. It's been like 3.5 hours of us just like chatting. If you could believe it. I could talk about this stuff forever. This stuff is so important, and I think we always need to talk about it more, you know? Well, another person who does stuff like this in the morning, really, but they didn't stream today? Well, thank you for being here, my worst enemy. I appreciate it. We could do this stuff like every other Monday. Do you guys want to do it? I don't know if we need it like once a week talking about this stuff? Should we talk about it like, you know, we can, things like, you know, if you're having issues sending banners, if you want advice, like, it's good to like check in, I think, too. Kind of talk about how we're doing about these things, etc. We can have like book clubs where we talk about book chapters and stuff like that. So, you can do it twice a month, once a month. Doing every week is okay. We'll have to do this more regularly. Great night to have. Feels relieving. Feels like open full space for concern talking about mental health. It's important to have like these safe spaces too. Excuse me. Like I said, no shame. Good safety and vulnerability allows us to grow and explore these things. Yes, you will not always make progress. You will make mistakes and mess up, but that's being human. If you feel like you're going backwards, it's because you had gone forwards. And if you did it once, you can do it again. It's okay. Just be kind to yourself every day. Also, why you love future self journaling, because you can tailor to each day's needs. Yes! I love future self journaling. Okay, let me talk about future self journaling. Healing's not always linear and also not invalidated for not being so. Do the work? Yes. This is a wonderful idea. Consider it part of your self-care regimen? Yeah! Hell yeah. You honestly think mental health stuff like this, coupled with self-care and compassion, mutual support, is the key to the change we want to see in the world overall? I agree 100%. Like, this, I can't even describe, like, the idea of, like, having a community and talking about this stuff is, like, that's what I want in life is that. And, like, here we have it. So, thank you guys for being here. It means a lot. Good therapy on Monday, so this fits in with your dedicated work on yourself day? Hell yeah. Actively sharing and normalizing all these things? Yes! I feel like there's so much, like, because I think that a lot of, like, the reason why, like, shame exists is because a lot of it is, like, around control. There's no control here. We're all even, equal people trying to make it in this world, you know? Hello, Nos, welcome in. You did Mental Health Mondays back when you streamed? Hey, great minds think alike. This is a great segment. Thank you, Mobcast. I appreciate it. And thank you for the head pats, BBH. Okay, so let me talk about future self-journaling. Plug for the Accountability Buddies channel in Discord? Yes. We have a fun Discord. You guys like hanging out here, because we like to curate a safe space. For the new people, come hang out for a little bit for our streams. I am a variety streamer. The stream is not over, by the way. I'm just doing a little spiel in case you think. We're still going for another hour. But yeah, Discord, we like to get to know people a little bit before we invite people in. So just, you know, hang out on streams for a couple days so we get to know you. And you're totally welcome on in. We do have a channel thread open channel. Yes, board on Discord called Accountability Buddies, where we make a thread every day for things that we want to hold each other accountable for. Hello, Sagi, welcome in. So one of the things, and so for Accountability Buddies, it's just a matter of anything that we want to be a habit, for any amount of time we want it to be a habit, you check in. And it's completely up to you. You don't have to feel obligated, of course, but if it's something that you want to do, it can be about anything, whether it's like exercising or journaling. It's like what I do, whatever you want it to be, it is for you to do every day. So it's very fun. Yeah, you could just pop in and be like, hey guys, I hit the gym today, and do it like every day. So we'd be like, yeah, you did it, you know, help you out. But what I do is future self journaling. I can't show this. This has my phone number. It says future self journal. I don't know if you can read, but yeah. So this is something, if you Google it, it is something coined by Dr. Nicole LaPera, who is super cool. You can ask people to remind you and check in. You can share, but like if you want to set up a buddy system, you can set up a buddy system. There is no Discord link because we personally hand it out to 2 people. My worst enemy. But yeah, we like to get to know people before coming on in. But yeah, so the way future self journaling works, I love this. I think it was really good, especially after reading like how to do the work. I was like, damn. So the thing is that like you have to be aware of like a behavior or pattern that you want to change, and you have to have like an idea of what you want to go. That's all good. So for me, like a lot of it's like my first one that I did was being able to emotionally regulate when I feel upset, because I felt like reading the book, I felt like I had a lot of issues with emotional regulation. My feelings around like my emotions and everything. I felt like if I felt anything negatively, I had like a lot of issues like flooding with it. I didn't know how to like cope with it, because growing up, we never had negative emotions like really shared. I just didn't know like of a healthy outlet. So I wanted to establish like a better like coping mechanism, basically. So it's important to figure out what you want to do first, and then you kind of write like what you want to change. And then you write like a couple affirmations or statements. There's like a tutorial on how to do it if you Google future self journaling, and then write like how you'll be able to practice it. You kind of do like a blurb for the first 30 days, but it's pretty much you journal the same thing every day for 30 days or more, depending on how much time you think you need. But you do like an introductory blurb on like what it is that you want to do, and then your journal entries are, you write your daily affirmation, and then you write, today I will focus on shifting my pattern of fill in the blank. And then you write, I am grateful for blankety blank blank. And then you write, person I am becoming will experience more XYZ. And then you say, I have an opportunity to be my future self today when I do XYZ. And then the last prompt is, when I think about who I'm becoming, I feel XYZ. Thank you, Mobcast. There, exactly. I mean, it's all good. You can still ask, Amy. I'm happy to answer, but I will always say, this is, if I remember correctly, it is this from the book, but of course, you know, read the book. But thank you, Mobcast, for dropping the link. What do you mean, Mace? You're so funny. Let me see. If you find yourself with extra time, would it be valuable to make an accountability bot to auto-post threads? Oh, yes, I think so, 100%, because then we could just hop in. And they auto-archive after 24 hours anyways. Excuse me. But yeah. If you want like sciencey stuff with it, it's listed on there on the website as well, but it deals with the neuroplasticity of our brains, where if we have the habit and ritual of doing this, and by physically writing it out, it's important to write it out physically because of the physical connection of doing something in our brains it will help inspire change. Setting aside time for it in your day to dedicating your time and energy to doing this helps associate with the change as well. Let me check. Midday. Okay. Alright. Okay. But yeah. The pull of buying new stationery to the smooth pen. Yeah! Do whatever you like. Welcome back, Randall. But yeah, I do think this stuff is super important. It's good to do because when you're setting aside that time to do it, I feel like it really, like when you're devoting that energy, I feel like it really helps. I feel like it'll be on your mind. You can journal at different points of the day, of course. I like to journal right after I eat breakfast because it helps. I feel like I'm setting my intentions for the day. But like, these were like my latest like entries. But it's pretty much like I've like posted, they're all in the accountabilities chat, and I've posted some of them sometimes on Instagram. But it's also very satisfying because then it's like, I get to see all these filled up pages and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so productive. I love like seeing, because I'm really bad, I don't know if you guys are like this, I'm really bad at like filling out things. Like I always have like notebooks, but I don't like utilize the pages. So like having this much of the book like filled out, like where the pages are pretty much filled, makes me super proud. Yeah, I'm really bad at filling. I have like a bunch of notebooks and they're all like partially filled. They're not like super analyzed. A lot of them were like drawings for cosplay, but future self-journaling is great. But anyways, the point of it is that you focus on the one habit you want to change. You know, whether it's like you only think about when you're journaling, it takes like 10 to 15 minutes to write your journal entry every day. And that's like, you know, 7 days a week, 70 hours. That's like an hour, over an hour, at least an hour every week that you're dedicated to thinking about something you want to change about yourself that you do over the course of a month. You know, time that you invest in yourself. It's time to change topics for your journal? You think so? Has it been 30 days? Years ago when you were ballin', you bought a bunch of fancy fountain pens and ink to sign legal documents? Wow. I love stuff like that. I'd love to get into like melted wax seals and stuff. I think stuff like that's like super aesthetic. Are there rules for when you swap out topics? Basically, it has to, minimum 30 days. That's pretty much it. You want to focus on one topic for 30 days. Is the idea. And the idea is that you want to focus on this one thing to make sure you're committed to building this habit. Because the idea is like building a new habit. So like, I was like, okay, this sounds like it could be good. And like, it is really great because it's like, this first habit of like having, you know, being able to stop myself, take that time for myself, having that habit, writing about it every day was like, now I felt like, because I'd thought about it so much, it's like if I feel myself starting to get emotionally worked up, I feel like I built that habit now where it's like, even though that was like a couple months ago, I don't know how many months ago I started that journal, it was like, I feel now like I'm really able to, I just have that habit now where it's like, I don't really have to like think about it as much. I've moved on to other habits that I'm trying to do, but I think it's good. But yeah, it's 30 days minimum. You can go more than 30 days if you feel like it hasn't really solidified. I've done 2, I'm on my 3rd, I guess, topic now. And I felt like 30 days was kind of like enough for me. You used to do that? Dude, that's literally you. Yeah, that's true. Derby does have some really nice inks for it. You lost those pens? Oh no, a person of Bushi culture. Handwriting, yes, is more effective than typing for neuroplasticity because you're writing every single word versus like typing like on keys. So they highly recommend like writing it out. It's like if you're note taking, you're more able to remember when you write it out. Somehow it's like the connection with your brain and actually writing versus hitting keys helps. You're just about to hit your 3rd-day mark? You're probably gonna get a custom wax seal soon? That's awesome. Wax seals, you can see that as a ritual for sealing your journal intentions for the day. It would be really cool to do. Rituals, routines are so important. Layering little flowers and stuff in the wax. I love stuff like that. Random, but I recently started getting into pressing like flowers and leaves. I found like up. Well, okay. I kind of pilfered a flower off someone's tree, bush thing in their front yard. They had a lot of flowers, so I just picked one. And I pressed it in one of my favorite books. I'm very excited. I just want them. I will look into probably getting like frames, but I want stuff like that. Never been this excited about the idea of journaling? Yeah, I felt the same way. I think it's really useful to like read these things. It's really important to like become aware, like I keep saying, of the things you want to change first and have an understanding of it. And it's nice because it's just like a small thing that you do, but it's like you have that good accomplishment. So it's like I have this whole routine of like setting aside. I like setting that time for myself to think about these things that I want to improve on. And it really feels like you're investing that time in yourself. It's similar to like, you know, when I wash my face at night, where I'm like, I really feel like I'm taking care of myself by doing this. My current topic that I'm writing on, if you're super nosy and you want to see, I have like my 2 latest entries posted on Twitter. I think you can zoom in and read them. But I came to some realizations while journaling too, which I think is always like fun and super dope because then I feel like I'm making a lot of progress. But it's I internally devalue myself a lot. And that's the root of a lot of my self-esteem issues and where a lot of my creative blocks are coming from, like with sewing. So I felt very successful when I was able to identify this. It's this big thing that's been fucking me up a lot. And I feel like being able to tackle it and replace this with something more positive will be something that's very impactful. It's like if you're, you know, taking care of your mind garden, not mind palace, but your mind garden. It's like finding the home root, like where like all the weeds sprouting from, you finding the main like, this clump of roots is causing problems, and taking nutrients away from other flowers and stuff. And I'm like in the process of digging it out. It makes me very excited. Let me see. Emerald or Shabour. Hair curl up top of your head. Deep turquoise with gold flecks. Okay. Yes, that mind-muscle connection. Just like at the gym. Just like, you know, when you're mindful about working out. That exercise. It's important. Just Googled it. That's exactly it. Pen and paper acts as a bigger manifestation of your thoughts compared to typing it out. Yes. It's by those chisel tip Sharpies. To practice doing calligraphy signatures. That's really cool. Far more brain cells dedicated to ink names and shimmers than you probably should. It's important! That stuff's important. Play and just like sheer unadulterated joy in things simply because they are is very important. Not everything has to serve a productive function for us. Things can simply be and we can love them for it. When a time doing Drawtober, drawing every day was very relaxing in your own way. Creative outlets. It's really good. It's important for you. You're in good company. Find the pens and ink you're hyped. You already have fancy journals to journal in. It's also a good excuse to do these things, like journaling and stuff like that. Recent self-care has been doing abstract art with ink. Sounds very important. It's good to have those sorts of things. Music's going perfectly with my words. I'm glad. I need a hype man or woman or cat. Hype people are very important. That's basically it. It's like, because the thing is that like, I realize that I have a lot of associative trauma with negative words and stuff like that, etc. We don't have to necessarily go into like all my trauma things, but it was like I had internalized a lot of really negative things said to me. So people who hype me up and really get me make a significantly more emotional impact on me because of my past trauma. I have to learn how to be my own hype woman now. That's really important. So pretty much my next 3 days is learning how to be my own hype woman without feeling like I'm wrong for it. And I think that's something that a lot of people could really benefit from. Self-love and being proud of yourself a lot of the time I feel like is seen as like people always have this desire to knock you down. I think that's really unhealthy. Let's celebrate being awesome together. Mind garden's such a good analogy. Yes! It's my favorite analogy to like fall back on all the time. Mind, like a garden. Gotta take care of it. Pull those weeds. Watch out where they come from. Take care of the flowers. Give yourself, you know, nutrients, sunshine, water. The things you deserve to grow happy, healthy, and bloom. If you give yourself the wrong conditions, your mental state will wither or grow in twisted ways. Just because things can grow in bad conditions doesn't mean they should grow in bad conditions if you can give them better conditions. Kind of want to start drawing again. You used to do Irezumi sketches at work with the G2s. I would recommend it. If you want to do it, you should. The hardest thing is always just starting. But you know, I'm doing emotes. Doing art is just good. Like finding something creative and expressive to do, I think is always a move. I think that we need that in some way or another, you know? You want to draw yourself, but you're unsure how or where to start? What do you want to draw? We can hype you up. We can hype each other up, guys. Hell yeah. You recently started your self-care ritual of becoming a Hokage. You start dropping water jutsus on randos on the street. Has really been helping. Oh, nice. You're still processing that share unadulterated joy of hobbies comment thing because things don't need productive value. Because it's so true. Yes. I feel like the idea of like waste and uselessness of things as an adult is so... I think our society's kind of twisted about those things. I love stuffed animals, for example. And I think it's goofy to shame people for being childish or having quote-unquote childish things. I think you're dead inside if you don't have anything childish about you. Personally. You might not actually be dead inside, but I think your life could probably be improved if you have those things. Play, as it is called, is very important for us to stimulate us mentally. Your nutritionist says we're all just complicated plants. Ooh, having a nutritionist is actually really good. My best friend started seeing a nutritionist, and that's been helping her with a lot of things mentally as well. You know why you've tempered that? And it's childhood shit? It's always childhood shit. Yay. It's all just consistency. Draw every day. Yes. That's true. Things like that, skill-based things, is really all just consistency. A lot of skill in drawing is a lot of self-facilitated micro-corrections that can't be taught. Yeah, it's just a matter. It's exercising that skill. Growing isn't thriving. Tend to your mental gardens. Yes. Most important, draw what you want to draw. Yeah. Hello, Rico. Done with D&D today? How was your session? My drawings are amazing. Oh my god. You're so nice, Joseph. Thank you. Gotta draw your entire party's D&D characters? Someday, eventually, one day? Yeah! I hope you can. One day. This is very much. You're having your debut next month? Ew. I'm dead. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy? Yes! Why be dull? You need a nutritionist? I also need a nutritionist. You think it's important to maintain a childlike sense of wonderment and creativity while commanding the wisdom of her experiences? Yes. I agree. You think that's key to like everything? I agree so much. I think it's important to have that. What do you have if you don't have that? I can't like play imaginarily with things. Like my youngest sister, when I was at her birthday party a couple weeks ago when she was turning 9, she was like telling me these like whack stories that she was like making up with these like figure toys that she had, and they were on top of her cake. And it was like the storylines that she's coming up with were like nuts. And I don't know how kids can just generate that. I used to do that as a kid, but I was like, I lost that. I don't know how to just come up with stuff like that on the fly and just going, and it doesn't make any sense. Because I feel like everything that I create has to kind of be bound within realistic rules. But it was admirable. It was very fun to listen to. I think that's very important, as much as possible, to try to like maintain the sense of fun and play. Step on crunchy leaves. Jump in puddles. Eat, I don't know, ice cream out of the tub. Break rules, you know. I don't know. Do stuff for the joy of it. You have a great idea for an art collaboration? What is it? Kids are definitely the best learners. Oh yeah. It was grand. You finished the first arc. As your roomie calls it, werewolves attacking town. Dang. I'm glad. It sounds like fun. D&D, also good. Also wonderful. It's good for imagination and stuff. You love your nutritionist? Hell yeah. She's a health at every size, anti-diet nutritionist? Yes. Very important. neuroplasticity, but we have techniques that can help. That's true, it is. That. Neuroplasticity always helps. Hi, Sway, how are you? A kid's imagination is greater than that of an adult. Yeah. I feel like as an adult, you learn a lot of... There's a lot of things that you learn and you don't feel... There's shame, you know? You get a little... pushed into a little box. You literally don't know how to not be creative. That's good. Some people have the opposite problem. They don't even know where to start, and it's overwhelming. So it makes sense that they can make up things on the go. Yeah. Reminds me of one of the things you also lucid dream regularly, fantastical stuff that doesn't exist. Lucid dreaming's very OP. That's very fun. Sleep and like dreams. Remembering your dreams is also a skill. It's something that you can exercise. If you keep a dream journal and you actively focus on it, you will become better at recalling your dreams. Our collaboration idea, someone draws something with outlines only and someone else adds color. I would love that. That'd be so fun. We should do that. Off to bed you go? Okay. Sleep well, Ace. Thank you so much for being here. Our adult minds are filled with arbitrary imperatives. Yeah, 100%. The rules of the society that we've, you know, lived through trial and error makes it very hard for us to reverse on it because they are wrong. So happy you're hosting. Oh yeah? Purse agrees. You agree, Purse? I very much feel that it is a neglected part of our society. I always want to. Yes? Talk about it more. My name makes more sense if you see my abstract art. I don't see it. Build an old friend since you're good at line art but didn't know the first thing about coloring. Sounds like fun. You love remembering your dreams? Pretty fun. High school started an abstract, almost tribe-like pattern and passed around to everyone. Collaborative art projects like that I think are really cool. You want to be the color part of the equation? Hell yeah. Always remember your dreams. It's exhausting. Do you journal about it? Sometimes you feel like you don't sleep. Do we see Kat? Oh, I think she hopped onto my bed. I'm so sorry. She was all over me at the beginning of stream because she wanted to be fed. Everyone added to it. Yeah. Very cool. You have some weird intense dreams sometimes? Yeah. Sometimes that's just kind of how dreams are. It's just kind of like what happens somehow. Dreams are always fun. But they don't mean anything. Sorry. They're always interesting though. They're a great example of how our brain makes sense of nonsensical things. If that makes sense. But yeah. Other book that I didn't have a chance to talk about, FYI. Happy to serve as a reminder we have our own crosses to bear, 100%. Full-blown story with a plot twist. Those are very fun. So this is another book, that I highly 10 out of 10, 100 out of 10 recommend. This one's really good across all relationships, not just romantic relationships. But it's What Makes Love Last, How to Build Trust and Avoid Betrayal by John Gottman. I love John Gottman's work. He's awesome. This book, certified banger. Derpy knows. What part of the consciousness do dreams manifest from? All. Dreams are, I mean, like, they're just like, so what happens with dreams is that your brain is sifting through your memories of the day and sorting them to go into your long-term memory banks. Through that process, certain parts of the brain get activated into dreams. And you can kind of remember them a little bit, my understanding. Used to journal, but you got over it because it was so often? Oh, I see. Bangers, yeah. Let's go book recommendations. This one's really good. It breaks down how, not just romantic relationships, but how all how all relationships work with people, just between people and communication. So I think this is really good. My eyeliner looks sharper than your TV. Thanks. But yeah, this book is so good. This book is also, I think, highlighted to hell and back. It's just really good. It just talks about, like, how relationships work between people. Like, the things that we fundamentally find important. Table of contents, assessing your trust metric. How much do you trust people? The 3 boxes. I didn't mean for it to happen. There's betrayal, attunement, turning towards each other. Yeah, and it talks a lot about like infidelity and stuff like that. How to connect, how to know when to leave, learning to trust again. Blah, blah, blah. So important. Good, important stuff. The book made you realize how toxic a lot of friendships and family relationships were. Yeah! It's really interesting. It's improved your outlook on things. Yeah. I feel like, especially because, like, so my parents are divorced. I did not have very good role models for, like, romance and romantic relationships and what a healthy romantic relationship looks like growing up. Super bad. You don't have, your parents aren't happily married or you didn't have any role models for relationships. Yo, read this fucking book. Because this book will tell you what an ideal, like, healthy functioning relationship, what it looks like, and how to have that work. So I think this is really good. And, like, again, not just in, like, romantic relationships, but generally communicating with people how you have positive relationships with people outside of, like, flirting and stuff like that. Just the things that we do as people. Very important. If your parents stay together for the kids to read that book, yeah, you need that outlook on romantic relationships or relationships-ish. Look at it. Your rant for the stream? You're concerned about one of your coworkers? Oh boy. Well, better be careful. Oh, that does sound very concerning. I would definitely talk to the appropriate people about that sort of thing, so that something can be done about that so she can be safe. It's the way I'm reconnecting with old friends and realizing how toxic and kind of misogynistic and racist they are. Yeah, sometimes we kind of realize too that we've just kind of outgrown the people that we grew up with. And it can be sad because it's kind of like that part of your life is definitively over if you're able to notice that gap. That's how I see it anyways. But it's a sign of how much you've grown too. So, literally had that experience last month. You 100% relate. I was having that experience like about a year ago. It's kind of sad. Mourning the loss of the relationship that you had with the friends because it's no longer what it was, but that is growth. Once you see certain things, you can't go back. 100%. You had it last Friday. You think a lot of your communication issues come from your household and family? 100%. A lot of my communication issues came from like my family growing up, that household, because we were not very confrontational people. I had a lot of issues with like my mother, which is why I have no contact with her now, and it's really impacted, like, because like I've mentioned before, I've gone through like abusive traumatic relationships, and a lot of it, like, when I finally sat down and was like, okay, like, I can't see a therapist right now, but what can I do? And I read a lot of books about like childhood trauma complex PTSD, how that like affects you and how these things set you up for being prone to approaching abusive relationships. Being able to unlearn things early in life is really a blessing. 100%. We're all kind of winging it 100%. Oh yeah. I never had anything good to go on with relationships. Oh yeah, we're all kind of like winging it. But these books are good because, especially John Gottman. I respect him a lot because he has like a certified like lab where he observes hundreds of couples over decades. So it's like, it's grounded in like research. So some people were given a more solid foundation with parents who had healthy parental experiences, healthy relationships. Yeah, couldn't be me. Oh yeah. Hello, Zan. Not many people were meant to be in your life forever. Yeah, 100%. And I think it's easy to say that, but it's kind of harder when you come to terms with like some people that have been in your life for a long time. Sometimes their season has come to pass, you know? Posted that we were talking about in House of Arts? For sure. Thank you, Amy. Definitely posted that for a friend. Hello, Zero Expertise. Told the general manager? Okay. Is if she complains? I'm sorry to hear that. Your mom is a complete mess? It's hard, but it's important to recognize that people are in charge of their own messes too. Do I think I'll ever rekindle my relationship with my parents? I have a better relationship with my dad. I used to have a really bad relationship with my dad. But interestingly, it was when he told me and my sister, I have a sister who's 2 years younger than me. He told us about our baby sister, who's 18 years younger than me, the one who's 9 years old. It was around that time when he told us that he and my stepmom were expecting, that we had a relationship shift. I don't know what it was exactly. Probably something I have to think more on and reflect on. But I know for sure definitively that was the turning point, and we felt more like a family. And I have a better relationship with my dad now. I used to hold a lot of resentment for him, complicated family dynamics, mostly orchestrated by my mother, to give a quick summary of kind of how that went down. But I was able to understand eventually as I grew up that my father, upon reflecting with my experiences with him, like examining more so the actions that were taken instead of the things that were being said, I was able to come to terms with a lot of things that had occurred and, you know, coming to terms with the fact that my parents were doing the best that they could. I felt more inclined to forgive my father for the things that he had done. I have a more complicated relationship with my mother. I think it would be nice to rekindle the relationship with her, but I also don't necessarily care if I can't, which is something that always evokes some sort of response from people, because a lot of people tend to be like, oh, but you never know, she's still your mother. People are people, in my opinion. And sure, it'd be ideal if that's what you think, but I know for like me and my relationship with my mother, it's kind of complicated. She's kind of acting like I haven't not been talking to her for the past 3 years, which is kind of odd. But we'll see. I do think that she has like a lot of things that she needs to get in order that I don't know if she ever will. I don't know what talking to her would be like. I feel like I'm a vastly different person. A lot of the reason why I stopped talking to her is because I felt like she was unhealthy for me, and I'm going through a really transformative point in my life right now where I'm self-reflecting and finding myself a lot, rebuilding the sense of who I am. So potentially, but I'm not necessarily holding out for it. Kind of keeping like a very like neutral approach to it. It's always easier in retrospect to come to terms with losing people. Yes, I agree with that. In retrospect, it's a lot easier, but when it is happening, realizing that it's something that is occurring and that the chapter is current, like you're living through the closing of it, it can be a little bit difficult, but yeah. Burning a bridge and accepting the totality of a friendship is hard, but a necessary part of life. Yeah. You choose your family? Totally. Toxic is toxic, even when it comes to family, to set the boundaries you need. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people I have found when I would explain these things to them would try to reason it out to me that like because they're family, like that there would be like some type of way, but I think it's really important to just, you know what's best for you. I don't think that it's fair to let other people try to decide what's best for you, because it's like, you know your emotions. Other people can think they know you, but like they're not going to know your emotional responses the way that you know your emotional responses, and it should always be left up to you to make the final call, you know? So thank you also, Bobcast. I think it's important, like, even though it's hard because a lot of people try to say like, oh, like that's your mother, she birthed you, but it's like, and like people raise you, sure, I understand that, and I think that there's like a degree of like, I do want to like respect that in a sense, but it's hard because I think it should go both ways too, and I grapple a lot with the difficulty of her recognizing my agency as a human being and also just speaking to me respectfully. And a lot of the times, if you're from an Asian family, then maybe I hear it a lot where people are like, oh yeah, it's just cultural. We just kind of shit on each other. I don't care if it's cultural. I think it's really disrespectful from one human being to another, and I don't want to perpetuate that, so I just don't put myself in that environment. That's my mindset, so. You think a lot of us grew up with the imperative that family trumps all, even if it's in nobody's best interest to make that decision? Yeah, I think a lot of it, too, comes from, like, when you're born into a family, there are the people that take care of you, kind of, question mark. Not everyone is necessarily lucky to have a family that takes care of them, of course. But I think it's, like, that's the easiest group, because humans are prone to, like, grouping, right? So I think that's where a lot of that comes from. So the hard part is breaking away from it when you're older and finding the more correct group that you are safe and allowed to be vulnerable and to grow and such. Built an amazing community and family of my own is true. I do love this community very much. I write very often, in my journal about things I'm grateful for. You guys, very often. You hear that a lot with you cutting your old man out of your life. They're like, but he's your dad. And you're like, yes, but you don't know the type of man he is. Exactly. And that's the thing that I think could be kind of frustrating too, is that like a lot of the time people who protest, like they don't know your life story. I think it's important. Like, I don't, it's just like you understand the sentiment that they're saying, but it's like they did not live your life. You know, they don't know your experiences and things that led to you making that decision. You are the only person capable of making that decision as well. Like, you know what's best for yourself. How are all Asian parents the same? I feel that so much. Yeah, it's... And again, goes back to, like, generational trauma of, like... I'm putting my foot down and saying that I disagree with that, and I don't think that is how it should be. And, you know, I'm probably most likely not gonna have kids, but if I were, that is not, I wouldn't want. I think about how I don't think I would even want, like, my mom to know if I had kids or anything, because of the way that she is. But yeah. As a child of immigrants, one thing you feel is important is to recognize a lot of the traumas our parents went through to get here, yeah, and how that may have impacted their behaviors and ideals. Yeah, that's a really good point. I do agree with that as well, and I do think that is actually one of the things that divides me a lot from my mother. I feel very frustrated because I understand that a lot of my mom's views, for example, in like relationships and people, tends to be very transactional, probably because she has a very survivalist mindset. But I really disagree a lot of the time with how she bases a lot of her feelings of like the people she chooses as partners and brings into her life, and when I was a child into my life, would tend to be not necessarily the quality of person they were, but how fat their wallet was, which was just very disappointing.
Thank you.
Mobcast, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. Welcome to the family. Thank you. I appreciate you. Hey, thank you for dabbing. Thanks for the dabs, y'all. But yeah, and it's just like, I understand that a lot of her mindset is influenced by the life that she had led. Oh man, thank you guys. But it's just like, I just disagree with it, like, as a person, even though, like, she raised me, it's her life. But that she also, like, I feel like she inflicts those things on me a lot of the time. It's just like, I just would rather not be around that. And also, she's just very nitpicky. She did a number on my self-esteem growing up. Whether she realizes it or not, whether it's just the sort of thing that they talk about, I try to stay away from gossip, judging people on appearances, etc. I feel like it's just a bad, negative influence, you know? But yeah. It's important to recognize that in the life that she had lived and grown up. I don't really know. But they are important things to consider and impacting, like, that was their life, and those are the things that impact them. And I'm privileged to have the mindset that I do because of the choices that they made and the sacrifices that they had made. You've been going to therapy for over 10 years to deal with your issues, fix yourself, and stay fixed. It's so important, pretty much the best decision you have made. It's an investment in yourself. Just sucks that when you move from Puerto Rico to the USA, you had to change your therapist, and you may change again when you get insurance. That is rough. Are you able to find a therapist that you feel like clicks with you? I feel like that's the most important thing. 100%, we're going to generational trauma! Yup. When someone goes through incredible hardships, it's possible to come out the other side unscathed. Oh yeah. It's definitely an old school way of thinking. You're at the age where you can change things for the better and save yourself from continuing that tradition of toxicity. I agree, 100%. Shit, this is another really hard-hitting discussion. You're starting to think about your parents' experiences deeply affected your own risk aversion. Yeah, like my mom, for example, was very paranoid and anxious. And at times I've wondered how much of my own like anxieties and like wariness in a sense, because I feel like I'm a very anxious person. I feel like I can be kind of like paranoid about some things, etc. And I know a lot of that is because my mom was very paranoid growing up. And as a child, I would tend to dismiss and be like, oh, my mom's very paranoid. But like as an adult, I know that I can look past that and be like, well, she was paranoid for a reason as a person. Probably due to her own life experiences. But it's hard because it's like, as a kid, it was like, I couldn't sleep over at anyone's house. I felt like a lot of my friendships were like railroaded because my mom didn't trust anybody, and I never really spent time with kids outside of school. I was like always at home playing video games or watching TV, hanging out with my sister because I wasn't allowed to do anything other kids were, and I resented her a lot from feeling like I was being held back. But in an adult perspective, a lot of it could be just because of the way that she was growing up. She was just worried because of the way that she grew up, and the circumstances that she had gone through. Maybe it just wasn't safe and she was just trying to protect me. But as a kid, I wasn't capable of understanding that. So it's a matter of like coming to terms with like the things like, and that's where like this intersection of like trauma kind of comes from, where it's like sometimes the people that cause this trauma don't necessarily mean that either, because that sort of did a number on like my mental health. And because, you know, ultimately that like these things, whether or not like you can attribute it like as like whether or not it was true that these things might have impacted me from having like friendships and getting to know people and connect with them, regardless, as a child, I did still feel very lonely and disconnected from people growing up. So in that regard, like, you can fast forward and say like, well, it impacted, like, I valued a lot of friends and made bad decisions with friends. But the thing is that like, my mom did the best she could at the time, and these were just unfortunately the effects, and I suffered trauma from it. But it's hard to say that like, I can't being an adult and recognizing her agency and that she was probably trying the best that she could. Like, it would be unfair, thus, to like blame her for being the cause of that trauma, because it's not like she necessarily meant to inflict that trauma on me. But there are other things that she's done that I have a bone to pick with, but you know. So far you're content with your current therapist, but honestly you don't feel like she challenges your mindset? Oh. I see. And you prefer when people are able to give you more like dissenting perspectives as well, in order to kind of like expand your mindset. It's good that you know your preferences when it comes to therapists though as well. Remarkably on point. They're there to listen and don't really dig deeper like you'd expect a therapist to do. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Then it seems like there could be someone who's potentially a better fit for you. If you do have to change due to your insurance, hopefully you can find something that clicks a little bit better. It's also the underlying mentality that financial security is more important than emotional or mental health. Yes, that was probably one of the biggest things that I think that we disagreed on, because it's like, these core values will impact a lot of the way that you go on in life because of it all goes back to your perception of safety. So I know that while I disagreed a lot with like the way that my mom really values money, and we have very weird, like, conflicting opinions on the value of like material goods, it's important to understand and respect that a lot of the reason why her mindset is that way is because financial security is something that is much higher and has impacted her more. And the thing is that like, I'm privileged and lucky because most likely because that's something that she prioritized as having in order to keep my life like secure. It's something that I don't necessarily place as highly important because she had done it. So in a sense, it's like, whether I mean to or not, it's something that I see as a little bit more for granted because she worked harder for it. But it's weird because it caused this, the different things that we value, it's caused like a schism between us, you know? Tell you to be patient, trust the process, understand therapy isn't exactly cheap. Yeah, that's also hard too. Is it catch-22? Yeah, exactly. There's a lot. Every decision should be made from a survival perspective. It's hard. So there are those things, but I feel like beyond those like things too, it's like, I think again, it like going into communication. I like to think that I'm like a reasonable person as well. I feel like I try my best to understand where people are coming from, and as long as people don't approach with this like intent to harm for entertainment, you know, like a selfish mindset, I feel like I'm very much willing to work with people. It's just that I feel like people are kind of approaching with an intent to harm. I feel like I shut down pretty quickly in an act of self-preservation. So that's where things can kind of be a little bit difficult, because like the communication space has to be safe, but how do you curate a safe space for communication if the other person barely knows how to communicate in a non-harmful way, you know? You had the issue with a mentor for design school and didn't hesitate to change because they didn't challenge you at all. Such an unfortunate situation, but not something you blame anyone for. Yeah, sometimes it's just kind of how things wind up. But, and the other important thing too, I think, is just sometimes you're not gonna get along with everybody. And sometimes that's just kind of how your parent is. Like, there's no law anywhere that says that you have to get along with your parents. And you don't have to get along with everyone too. Like, not everyone is, you know, gonna be your friend. You don't even like everybody, is the saying. So why should everyone like you? That's an important thing that I kind of had to really learn. Yeah, if you grow up trying to please everybody, then you'll never be pleased with yourself. Like, you can't set yourself on fire to keep others warm. You start working with your current therapist, you sure you want her to guide you more during sessions, because you don't always know what to talk about. Yeah. Different people work better with different people. Yeah. It's a matter of finding your fit. Tell her next week when you talk to her on Monday. Currently paying $30 in point will go up in January because your side skill expires then, and you're earning more then. She lets you dictate the course of the appointment. Yeah. Communication's always important. If you let them know what you need, communicate. I feel like that's important. Because then people can change their behavior accordingly. All we can do is attempt to communicate. And that's why communicating is important. If you let people know things, then things can change. But otherwise, behaviors are up to the people who do that. But yeah. Actually giving that out? No worries. It's almost 8 o'clock anyways. But yeah. Thanks! I will do these fairly regularly. I don't know if I'll do it next week. I might do them like every other week. Yeah, hopefully more people come to the Accountability Buddies channel. It's open to everyone. And you can hop on the threads at any point in time. I try to get them there like around noon my time. So, but anyone is welcome to make them. We just have a copy pasta that we put at the beginning of every channel, so that you don't have to look for like the rules. It's just there at the beginning of the thread every time. But yeah. It's been a year with her. Appointments every 3 weeks. So you think we could talk this better? Okay. Communication's essential. Yeah. Gonna go pick up Xavier? Okay, be safe. It's been such a helpful and great bonding chat tonight. I'm glad you think so. I would say this went very well. This was a lot of fun. Talking nonstop. I still haven't drank my tea all the way. Just been talking a lot. It's fine. It's still good. Yeah. I made the tea before stream. But I'm really bad at like drinking and talking. I don't know. Very bad at it, but it's okay. Yes, this is from Knives Out. This is my sister's cut. It's a gigantic mug, which is why I got it, because I wanted tea for the entire session, but now I have to pee really bad. But yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for joining for the first Mental Health Monday that we had here. I hope you guys enjoyed just as much as I did. Moving my cheese pretty good. I'll have to check it out. Hello, Infernal! You know, watch that movie? My sister's a big fan of it. Recommend these books. Check them out. Knives Out was a dope movie, yeah. You were good, Zan? Try to make it next time. No worries, Infernal. Hello, Tony. Big cups are double-edged swords, for real. Hi, Swaggerrock. Hey, no worries. Thank you for lurking. You and any other lurkers out there, you guys have no obligation to talk. That you show up, I'm grateful for. Don't worry about it. Didn't feel like chiming in or sharing. It's okay. And again, like, this is a safe space, but you don't owe it to anyone to open up about anything if you don't feel comfortable talking about it. Oh, and you got the cookies? Sweet. I hope you enjoy them. Sip. Each sense I take a shot of my tea. Take a sip, not a shot. Oh my gosh. But yeah, if you are new here, hi, hello, my name's Steph. It's wonderful to meet you. I am a variety streamer. I do primarily play video games, but we will sprinkle in this mental health stuff because it's super important. We do have mental health conversations like this in the middle of games, like, often. I love talking about this stuff, which is why we have finally, after so long, dedicated a day specifically for this. But the rest of our week is going to be pretty much normal, with the exception of Friday. So tomorrow I'm playing Danganronpa. We're starting the 3rd trial. Wednesday's Yakuza Kiwami 2. Thursday's more Hollow Knight, which we took a break from last week because it was Thanksgiving here in the United States. Friday will be Dark Souls 2, but my start time is TBA because I have to take my car into the city to get it serviced. And I have no clue how long it'll take. But when I get back, if it's not too late, I will stream. But we shall see. But yeah, yes, like Plume said, thank you everyone for coming on by today/tonight. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you, Duo. And if you guys, new people, would like to hop into the Discord, we do a bit of a screening process where we just kind of want you to hang around. So just come back for a couple streams. And you will get, and then just let us know when you want it in the Discord after like 2 or 3 streams, and we will let you in. No worries. But yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. I hope you guys learned something new. Hopefully, maybe. If not, hopefully you had fun at the very least. And I will see you guys again tomorrow, I hope. Take care. See you guys then. Mwah! Bye!